of in terms of getting it done by AI platforms instead of employing the engineers. Recently, also one example we have seen, even like country like Nepal, where there was a huge protests because for a few days the government has stopped the internet or some platforms, social media platforms. So this means there is a lot of dependency on the platforms. I'm not blaming, but then whatever maybe the other reasons, corruption or whatever. But that was there last 10 years. But the triggering point for this violence is that all these platforms are banned by government. They might be having a different reason, but this is the triggering point. They have burned out entire parliament and all those, including Supreme Court, etc. So I'm really worried about the dependency on these platforms, what extent it is penetrated, even to the rural-most places of the countries. All right, so that is about the AI and the AI replacement, how it is. And since it is available on the mobile phones also, that means even simple uneducated people also today indirectly are using the AI platforms. All right, so it appears like, in Hindu mythology, we have some story called Bhasmasura. Bhasmasura is a story where he prays Lord Shiva to get some superpower, saying that wherever he keeps the hand, that fellow will become bhasma, ashes. So then Shivaji, gives that vara to this asura and this Bhasmasura. Then Bhasmasura thought that, okay, I will keep the hand on the Shiva himself, so that he will become the supreme power, supreme ruler. So then Shiva went to Vishnu and prays him, please save me. Then Vishnu becomes Mohini, and he Mohini dance with this fellow, Bhasmasura. And then eventually she keeps her hand on her own head, and Bhasmasura also keeps during the dance, he also keeps the head on his head. Then he becomes ashes. I mean, the purpose of telling this story is that in the AI era, the AI developed by engineers, right, software engineers, but then eventually what is happening is AI is replacing the people who have developed the AI itself. I mean, that's the matter of concern, that what extent this AI will penetrate and will, will kill the service sector. It's a matter of concern. So that's why we need to seriously think of the next generation roles and responsibilities by faculty members and the students. Simply teaching these programming languages, language translators, this writing, that is documents and all, no more a lucrative type of jobs in the industry. Even the low-end jobs like call centers and all are no more required, because they are massively employed there. Because now we have these chatbots, AI chatbots, which are very efficiently working. So that means the upscaling we need to do in such a way that whatever is AI is doing today, at least those things may not be employable. So we should work beyond that. Our students' abilities are beyond what AI can do. The students' ability, even if you ask any multinational companies, they are also officially using in their industry AI platforms for generation of the code up to 60 to 70%. So that means that the 30% where AI fails, AI is unable to contribute, is the scope of work for our engineers. Or there are certain areas where AI doesn't have any role, but still as a humans, as a engineers, we have a lot of potential in those areas. So we need to think differently. Then I'm sure whatever these platforms, they will become advantage, not disadvantage. So there is a slight difference between invention and innovation. Invention doesn't happen on daily basis, right? Every month, every year. We don't get great, inventions. Like mobile is a invention, LED bulb is a invention, but it's not every day happening. No, every month is happening. Once in a decade, there's a one in invention. It's a good or bad, we don't know, but it has captured the market. LED bulb. Even electricity was invented 150 years, but it took almost 150 years to make a LED bulb. Otherwise, we are blindly using the filament bulbs and burning the electricity, where 40% of the energy is converted into heat, not light. These are the some great inventions which have saved entire world 40% of the energy, right? So, but there are very rare inventions. But innovations are happening on daily basis, right? Yes, innovation means a slight modification in the existing products, a slight percentage of improvement in terms of some efficiency or some other parameters or size or power or whatever, right? So it's a value creation, and your innovation may lead to a very good business. It could lead to patents. It may become a startup company. So why not make use of this? Take the advantage of AI tools, but then your high voltage air conditioners, refrigerators, right, or these vacuum cleaners, whatever. Instead of using these conventional mechanical things, right, or resistive type of things, or old induction motors or DC motors, can we make use of the latest technologies like BLDC motors, latest sensors, and some smart algorithms which are running inside that? So that now today, if you see any air conditioner, refrigerator, when you are buying, there's a stars, right? 3-star, 5-star, like that. So when we look at the stars, no, if you go for high stars, then the price will be slightly high. But then we say, okay, now why to buy 5-star? Then let's use low stars. But that's not correct. The purpose of energy efficient air conditioners is, right, they have the ability to save the power. That immediately you don't notice, but if you're continuously using for a long run, then you realize that they really save the power. Without see, there are certain things which are wasted. So that waste part can be saved, isn't it? So that is the efficiency. That's the, the advantage of smartness, smart algorithms running inside the device by measuring these various physical parameters like temperature, humidity, radiation, all those parameters, and then accordingly taking the decision instead of factory programmed things, right? Fixed programmed things. What happens if you go to Kashmir to Kanyakumari? The environment is not same. Like Mumbai, the humidity is very, very heavy humidity. So like that, weather is not same. But if you put a factory program things, then you don't get the same quality of these things. So probably you unnecessarily switch on the air conditioners and waste the energy. So the machine should learn. For example, if you have a washing machine, you buy a washing machine, then what we do is it has some fixed buttons. You put your clothes and you press the button, it will do the spin cycles, forward, backward, and so on. But then there's a fixed program. So sometimes you feel that, oh, the quality is not good. Quality is not good because sometimes your water quality is not good, detergent is not good, temperature is not proper, and so on. So say there are several parameters which are influencing the why the washing machine is not giving the same quality every day, because it's a factory program, fixed program. But if you feed a program like fuzzy logic, right, smart algorithms, some smart computational techniques, then this fellow is learning from the failures, right? You should have the ability to measure the output, and then again a feedback will go there, and will slightly change the parameters and some weightages and all, and then it will redo the things like how the human being do. So that's where the smartness comes into picture. Why now today every product we want to be smart, because smart, it's not because the air conditioner altogether a new invention. Air conditioners, refrigerators, washing machine, they're still the same things. But the program inside, the logic inside is machine to machine, it is different. Even today, if you look at the smartphone you can get in 3,500 also, 30,000 also, 1.5 lakhs also. So what is the difference? Finally, the body, the shape, the material is plastic, metal, silicon. That's it. It's not that 1.5 lakhs phone is using silver or gold, but it's only the program which is inside, which is running, which is making the device to be smart way of behaving. So that we need to probably in the existing products also, which were majorly high voltage AC, right? High voltage vacuum cleaners and dryers and so on, because they are heavily energy consumption devices. So I think that's where we should contribute as a software people. Don't end up with only computers, because if you end up with only computers of writing your algorithms, then we are no more required. Like I said, 80% of the jobs, computer-based jobs are no more required, because that is done by AI platforms. Concepts. So if you look at the IT and OT, challenges and solutions, right? So it's all about the integration of information technology and operational technology. So we need to integrate them. For years, we have treated IT separately and OT separately. Like IT means, like say, for example, cloud computing, database, and so on. And OTs, we look at PLCs, SCADAs, and so on. But now time has come that because we want to make them smart. So this IT and OT has to converge instead of treating them differently. Okay, so it's all about instead of, for example, if you go to some of the factories, their entire floor, right? All the machines, CNC machines, and all, they're all connected. It's not that they are not connected. They still use TCP/IP protocols or some mod buses or some RS-232 protocols, right? They are still connected. They are communicating, but then they are communicating with only between one machine to other machine. That's it. That is OT, operational technologies, like robots, how robots are connected in a factory. They are connected because a lot of synchronization is required, but they are not connected to the data centers. There is no smart algorithms which are running in the data centers where the AI tool is 24/7, 360 days is monitoring the platforms and then giving some predictive maintenance problems and so on. So those things are not happening in the past. So time has come where these entire devices need to be networked. They need to be monitored. So that's how where you can at least, because see, the data you cannot store it in the local systems because it is 24/7, 365 days. So that's where your information technology comes into picture. So IT and OT has to now converge and make IoT, Internet of Things. So since my topic for you people is about related to high power, high voltage and high energy systems, probably by any chance, if you have been to Mount Abu or some of the places in India, these community places, they are generating the power by using solar power, concentrated solar power, CSP. So without burning any fuel. So that's the beauty of, because see, India is having abundant solar power. Almost 350 days or at least 300 days, we have a clear sun radiation. But we are not utilizing, right? That radiation we are not utilizing. We are, instead of utilizing, we are burning the coal, burning the fuels, and 80% of the fuels we are imported. So time has come, but anyhow, actually they have challenges. I'm not denying that. this PV solar and CSP solar, they're having a lot of challenge. Windmills, they have some challenges, but then if you try to improve the efficiency of the systems, probably this industry will survive. See, finally, it is all about the saving the energy, improving the efficiency, and then your recovery, whatever the investments you are doing in these areas, need to be recovered as early as possible. Then only people will invest in these areas. So even if by small percentage of efficiency also, if you improve because of your smart algorithms, that will turn out to be saving millions of dollars. Today, how much power India requires? Some few 300 to 400 gigawatts of power. Gigawatts. So in gigawatts of power, even small fractional percentage also, if you improve by your smart algorithms, by analyzing the data, then imagine that will turn out to be some millions of dollars. So that's the beauty of these areas where volumes are involved. Okay, so as a computer science faculty members, it is interesting thing to know that, for example, one data center, right? For example, in USA data centers, how much power they are consuming? 5,000 megawatts. Imagine 5,000 megawatts is consumed by only data centers. And silicon means the IC companies, electronics companies, they consume somewhere around 500 to 2,000 megawatts of power, right? So mega means it is as good as equivalent to one city. One small town power is here consumed by one data center. So that means imagine how many data centers we are having is equivalent to how many cities of power we are wasting in air conditioning systems and those power supply of the servers, workstations. So even today also, our consumption in India, the consumption is only 1 kilowatt of power per person. As compared to USA, though population is less, but their power consumption is 73 times more than us. That means imagine how much amount of power they're using for their industry. Industry uses more than 50% of the power, but in US, it is 73 times than what we are consuming. So we are still an undeveloped country. A lot of scope is there for development in terms of this industrialization. All right. So like I told you, if you save the power by some your smart algorithms, that will be a great contribution. So the other area is batteries, right? Today you all know batteries are required because they are not, your vehicles, electrical vehicles, your laptops, all electronic equipment, where they are not directly connected to the supply, AC supplies, right? So if that is the case, you need to save the power in batteries and you operate. The other problem is after sunset, after 5 o'clock, you cannot use these renewable energy sources. You have to use some burning the coal, burning some fuel for generation of the energy. So to save the power, the other alternative method is, right, storage, right, energy storage. So for years, we have a lot of challenges in using lead acid batteries, but now last couple of years, we are started using lithium ion batteries because of they have their own properties, smaller in size and so on, efficiency point of view. But even lithium ion requires a lot of software in it, lot of sensors in it, because charging and discharging of a lithium ion is not that simple. So it is called battery management systems, BMS, right? Lot of algorithms are running inside these batteries. 330. Right, so a lot of algorithms are running inside the lithium ion batteries. So that means there is some smart algorithms so smart need to be fabricated in charging and discharging the batteries. That is one thing, means in terms of improving the efficiency, that how long the battery supply can be utilized. Second thing is, first of all, making the batteries itself is not that simple. Lithium ion is called cells actually, right? You have to make several cells to make that much voltage and current. And we do not have, unfortunately, India doesn't have the materials for manufacturing the lithium ion. As you can see, Australia, Chile, China, these are the countries who are benefiting. If you do research in this area, then you don't benefit. Those countries will benefit because we do not have materials. So that's why it is better to work on the materials which we are having, particularly thorium, other materials we are having. So our research, our students' contribution should go to the our country's requirement. So we should look at what our government of India, DRDO, or this BRC, or the MNRE, these sources, which areas they are inviting the proposals for doing the research. So computer science, telecommunication, mechanical, metallurgy, all these people should contribute to these areas. All right. So similarly, like I was telling, most of the solar panels, they are the cells are imported. India is not having the capability to manufacture these cells. The cells are imported, only assembly is happening in India. So most of the solar panels are made up of silicon, but silicon efficiency is hardly some 12 to 15%. Imagine, that means the entire solar radiation is not converted into power. Only 13-14% is only converted. Remaining is wasted. So if you improve the efficiency by, again, smart algorithms, particularly in terms of tracking or cleaning, or the utilization, the relationship between the voltage and current. So there are several factors that need to be taken care by some smartness. Is also will help you. Second thing is the material itself. Instead of using silicon, can we use some other materials like gadolinium, cadmium, tellurium, right? These materials we are having better efficiency, but due to cost, people are still using silicon, which is having a very, very less efficiency. But that will, those are the areas where our research and contribution should help the our own local requirement. And the pharmaceutical industry. To the entire world, we are supplying 90% of the our products are exported. But unfortunately, 90% of the materials we do not have. We import the material and convert into product and exporting. In a way, it is good, but at the same time, it is also required to have a self-reliance. Because see, if you don't manufacture your own materials, right, the process technologies and all, if you don't establish, then people will blackmail your supply chain. In spite of having the ability to manufacture, but if you do not have the ingredients, raw material, then your industry will suffer one day. That's what is now some of these countries are threatening India that we don't do this, we don't do that, and so on. So we need to invest in this process manufacturing technologies of some in terms of software and hardware contribution to make them more efficient and world-class materials, because pharmaceutical requires very high quality ingredients, right? For example, today, if you want to buy any medicine, then you also worried, right? The quality factor, not only about the cost. So some of the costly ingredients, right, they have less side effects. But if you look for money as a low cost, then probably you may get low cost, but then they may have some side effects. So we need to worry about the quality factor also while manufacturing these products. Another gray area about this manufacturing sector is the semiconductor materials. Right, today, as on today, we do not have ability to manufacture the integrated circuits, ICs, microcontrollers and microprocessors. But then last 1 year, like Tata and other Vedanta, some companies came forward and jointly with some Taiwan and Israel, some other countries, they have collaborated and investing in IC manufacturing sector. I think very recently, Prime Minister has inaugurated 32-bit CPU of microcontroller, indigenously designed and developed. But it's a beginning. Actually, we have lost almost 30, 40 years in this area. Now, time has come to focus in terms of self-manufacturing of the integrated circuits. But again, the problem is what kind of materials are used, what is the ecosystem required, what is that uh, process control instrumentation is required in terms of mainly software and hardware. That should be the focus for us. So that, like I told you, AI, if you only limit it as a program to computers, then there is no scope for future because that's replacing by these platforms. But if you see that as an advantage in manufacturing sector, then you have a tremendous scope. Lifelong, these sectors will require so many software and hardware engineers. So in short, this is all about the uh, uh, combination of science and technology, right? So if you cannot say that I'm only a computer science student, I'm an engineering student, I understand only this, I understand only that, or I don't understand physics, right? Then you are like no in the past, but now in future these things doesn't work because these are all multidisciplinary areas. So the expertise is required from science point of view, also engineering point of view, also technology point of view. Also, all the people has to come together. So that's why Government of India is now saying that implement National Education Policy (NEP) because of this reason, right? So don't stick to your area. Try to study other areas, right? Like for example, computer science student, not necessary that he only know only data which is publicly available and so on. They try to collect the data, right, from agriculture field, horticulture field, healthcare sector, wherever, telecommunication, whatever, and then apply your algorithm in those areas. So you need to understand the parameters. You need to understand the variables which are available and then applying the techniques. So these are, in short, is all about communicating with various stakeholders of the society. So if you talk about in terms of this revolution also, I'm sure some speakers might have already spoken about what is Industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. But interestingly, between one industrial revolution to another industrial revolution, it took almost 100 years, right? If you see Industry 1.0 to 2.0, 100 years are there. Then 2 to 300 100 years is there. But then in Industry 4, where we are talking about in 20, at least 2020, about cyber physical systems, IoT and all, machine learning. But then within 10 years, between Industry 3.0 to 4.0, right, everything is is becoming AI based systems, right? Then between Industry 4.0 to 5.0, within 10 years again, we are talking about the humanoids, right? Very soon humanoids will be there. Okay, so these are some worrisomes that if you see this as an advantage, then you should quickly modify your curriculum, modify your teaching, modify your business, and then adopt the change. But if you go against the change, then it's very difficult to survive in the market. Hello. हाँ आप चालू करो मैं आता 15 दिन तुम करो ना मैं यार हाँ करो all right, so I would say these are all called disruptions, right? Whatever today these inventions of IoT, right? These cyber physical systems, 3D printers, right? Internet of Things, cloud computing. These are all great inventions. There's no doubt about it. But like I said, these are also disruptions. Disruptions means their growth is exponential. You will make suddenly millions and billions of dollars, but then due to your invention, the conventional industry will greatly suffer. So many factories will close down. So many people will lose the jobs. For example, earlier landline used to be their MTNL landline. But now you see the entire MTNL, BSNL, those who are heavily invested in manufacturing those telephones, telephone networks, they're lost and they're bankrupted. Or you take a camera, for example, camera example. Kodak and so many companies have heavily invested and manufacturing the films and cameras and so on. But now you see almost 20 years are over. Nobody is buying the camera separately. Camera is part of the mobile phone. So you don't require any chemicals, processing, films, all those things. So that means greatly that industry, one invention has killed the remaining industry. Similarly, now you look at the electrical vehicles, two-wheelers, four-wheelers by EV. We never expected it will penetrate that fast in India. But see, now today we have seen government of India is also encouraging you to buy electrical vehicle. So then what happens? The people who are manufacturing IC engine, diesel engine, their industry is closed down. One electrical vehicle means what? One motor. But one IC engine means what? 5,000 parts. So oil, filters, nuts, bolts, gears, so many things, So around 500 industries are survived. But here only one motor equivalent to three parts. That's a problem with these disruptive technologies. You have advantage, but you also have a disadvantage. So like I told you, these products, right, whatever is the products we are talking, if you don't improve these high voltage AC, DC, all these things, HVAC systems, if you don't improve your product, you are dead, right? Because, if somebody releases this product, then, nobody will buy your product, right? So your inventions, you don't think that lifelong you can make money. It will be there only for a shorter period of time. Again, if you don't improve your product by adding some new features, then if somebody releases a new version of it, then you are nowhere in the market. Like, for example, Nokia is the company who's largely manufactured the mobile phones. So initially, Nokia is having 70% of 70-80% of the market share in mobile phones. Today, Nokia is not having 10%. In between, BlackBerry came, and then they were having at least good percentage of business. Today, BlackBerry is almost vanished. So like that, any product, right, if you don't improve with some new innovations, then don't think that your research lifelong you will get the profits. It has a limited period for to exist in the market. So always remember these products whenever we are developing something, don't think that you have greatly contributed in improving these products in terms of some smartness, smart algorithms, and so on. Actually, it is a law of thermodynamics, right? It's not that you have created or you have destroyed, you are only converted. Somewhere you have compromised and converted, something like that. Otherwise, for example, in the medicines, these domains, people will claim that, see, I've developed this, I've developed that. Then in COVID, for example, somebody has developed a medicine and they have made billions of dollars by making these medicines, saying that this will kill the virus. But it has killed the virus, but it has killed also, it has damaged some of the organs, right, of the human beings. So that means this is the problem. People make unnecessary claims that now have done a greatly contribution, but somewhere you have compromised that nobody discloses. So that's why we need to be careful when we talk about these products, right? High voltage systems or air conditioners, refrigerator, whatever. What is that they have compromised? Is it safety they have compromised? Is it the reliability they have compromised? For example, yesterday or every day you see some of the vehicles. When you met with an accident, right? Then it's likely that your vehicle may crash. But when you buy the vehicle, what is that you look for is not the safety. We look for the efficiency, aesthetics, all those parameters. So that means now you have a choice between the life and the efficiency. Now, if you see Japanese products, they talk about more about the aesthetics and the efficiency. But if you see the German and Russian vehicles, they doesn't looks like nice aesthetics point of view. Efficiency also very less. But safety, if you hit the vehicle, nothing will happen. Again, you can, at least passengers are safe most of the cases. That's how they look for. So it's a choice, right? When you develop a product, what is that you are looking for? And while making that parameter to be efficient, I think somewhere you are compromising. So that angle also, while doing the research, we need to look at that aspect. All right, so the products have some all these characteristics one has to look at in terms of these things. And there's another problem because see, Internet of Things. So what is Internet of Things? Internet of Things means these products are connected on Internet. So when you are connecting on Internet, that means the entire world is accessing your product, right? Whatever is the data is there, whatever is there, they can access. Like today, for example, your mobile, it is connected on Internet. That means now whatever the microphone, whatever you have, whatever, every feature of your mobile phone, while installing that apps, you are given the permission. Yes, 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 you just tick mark. Because you are interested in that app, but you don't know what it is communicating through your mobile phone, right? It may be stealing your bank accounts, it may be stealing your data or your some passwords. They can access any of because you are allowed to access because it's connected on internet. Same thing in drones, same thing in CCD cameras, and so on. So when all these products are connected on internet, what is that they are communicating? You don't know because the companies in the back end have connected to some data centers to collect the data. So it's a matter of concern. So security is at most important. These attackers are there where they're all working because they're funded organizations to kill your business, to kill your country, to kill the society. So it's a matter of concern. So while manufacturing these products, you should have some techniques to protect your products. So don't think, right, the whatever you import in low cost from China and all those countries are genuine. They have some vested interest. So in the back end, no, they do a lot of things. That's why some of the countries ban some of the products, particularly in defense, right? They don't allow unless it is indigenously designed and developed. All right, so that's why now today we are talking about security features inside the devices. Because these devices, for example, your fuel filling stations, your nuclear power reactors, your vehicles, driverless vehicles, your drones, fighters, everything is connected on internet. And people are watching, right? People are monitoring. So we don't know what time, what they do. So it's a matter of concern. All right, so that's why Government of India is also coming up with our own indigenously designed CPUs, and very soon we will have our own manufacturing sectors which are publicly available, these integrated circuits. So self-reliance, because we don't know if you buy some other countries' components, what is there inside the chips, we don't know. So it's better to avoid those things. All right, so the semiconductor industry all over India, the investments are happening like Haryana, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, and so on. So hopefully now at least some, I don't know, some 20 billions of dollars be investments are happening. So some of our Indian companies jointly with, collaboratively with other countries, other companies are investing in these domains. So it's all about computerization. So computer is going to be everywhere, but it's not computer, not the desktop. It is computerization. That means the CPU will be there, the software will be there, but it's not that what we generally talking about the computer is a software and hardware. So AI is not just a algorithm connected to some computer and some data center is there, not like that. That AI algorithm need to be executed inside the device itself. That's why today we are talking about the smartness in every product. Okay, so in short, it is all about software and hardware partition. That's how I started my topic about what do you mean by software and what do you mean by hardware. So don't think that computer is in demand. Absolutely no, computerization is in demand. Otherwise, again, we are killing our own next generation thinking that computer is in demand. Because see, it is replacing, no, your AI is replacing these jobs. So our whole thought process should be computerization. Every product, there is a CPU, but it's not Intel, it's not Microsoft operating system, it's not IBM design. It is custom design, application specific. That's the reason now every product, you need to be designed indigenously, right? So even in IoT branch, right? Now it is there. Now today in Mumbai University, for example, Rizvi College, last semester, civil engineering is having IoT as a product. But then we should not again the same mistakes, thinking that IoT doesn't mean that Raspberry Pi, Arduino boards. Again, they are Chinese products, right? Again, we should not make those mistakes of bringing those Chinese products into education system. IoT means indigenously design your own hardware, your own controller, your own algorithm. Don't buy some ready-made board. Then you are making like a computer, right? Once again, like IBM, Microsoft. Absolutely. Every product requires a different sensors, different CPU. How many CPUs are there? Thousands of CPUs are there in the market. Then why are you buying Arduino or Raspberry Pi? So that's why. And nobody, no industry is using Arduino board or Raspberry Pi board. Does your TV has a Arduino board? Does your washing machine has a Arduino board? Does your four-wheeler has a nowhere? No. Then why are you using Arduino boards, Raspberry Pi boards in the IoT also? Something wrong. Again, we are doing something wrong. So let's think of designing indigenously for every product, looking at their parameters, right? Altogether, a new system need to be designed. So I think that's just a brief introduction. And let me see, my students are online.
Hello, sir.
Jesh, you are there online?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. So my next part of this presentation, I requested my students, Jesh Agarwal and his team, where they have developed a product similar to the topic of your interest for this AIC ATAL FDP on HVAC systems, and they have presented at national level also, and they also recently got their patent, and they are going for the next stage. So I think they are the right people to present what work they have done. So I will take a break now here. Now I need to, since I'm the chairman of admissions, so people are waiting for me. So I request Jesh Agarwal to continue his talk about how they have developed their HVAC systems as a smart, to make it smart HVAC using IoT technologies. Okay. Yes, madam.
Thank you
Adila, madam,
so
is
much,
that
sir.
fine?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for delivering such an enlightening session and for You have taken such your time. You have given us so much time, and on such a short notice. It is very, very, very. We are very thankful for that, sir. And also, we are thankful that you are providing such a good students to continue with the session, and they are going to give us a very practical knowledge about it. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam. So they are the right people because they have fabricated the system, particularly for HVAC, using smart algorithms, AI algorithm. So yeah. So just I'm taking off now because I
Sure,
have to
sir.
go down, and they will
Sure,
continue, madam.
Sure, sir.
Hmm?
Thank you
Okay,
so
madam.
much
Thank
from
you. Thank
Rizvi
you.
College of Engineering, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
So I'm Jash Agarwal, and this is my team, Adya, Jagdish, and me. Adya will begin with the presentation, and at the end, we have the demo of our product also.
Okay.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, faculty members, and fellow students. We are pleased to present our project, Smart HVAC Back System. Let me begin by outlining the critical problem we have aimed to solve. In today's world, the growing demand for energy efficiency in electronics demands an intelligent approach to power management. We are particularly focused on real-time monitoring and control of power, current, and temperature system. The core problem we are solving is, despite the significant advances in IoT and smart devices, the integration of data analysis, AI, and machine learning remains severely underutilized for optimizing the power usage and predicting the consumption. So our main challenge is to develop an eco-friendly, sustainable hardware prototype capable of collecting and analyzing data continuously, learning from usage patterns and environmental conditions, and adjusting the operations according to that. Our approach is by embedding the AI-driven models directly into hardware. Our solution reduces energy wastage, extends the device lifespan, and promotes a new generation of energy-efficient electronics. These systems adapt dynamically to environment and usage conditions, resulting in significant energy savings and a reduced carbon footprint. Our scope. Now let me walk you through the architecture of our solution. Our system operates through an integrated ecosystem of hardware, software, and AI components. The data collection layer is a custom-made DAC system built on ESP32 microcontrollers, EZDM sensors integration for precise power monitoring, environmental sensors like DHT11 for temperature and humidity, and MQ7 for air quality, and the weather API integration for external environment data. An AI intelligence layer, which has a neural engine provided by TensorFlow and Llama 70B model, an LSTM with autoencoder architecture for pattern recognition and anomaly detection, a small language model for providing the reasoning capabilities, and reinforcement learnings for enabling continuous system optimization. Then we move on to the control and interference layer. The IR cluster integration for your universal HVAC control, the multi-node management supporting scalable deployments, and user comfort feedback loop for personalized optimization. The process flow is the data collection. So the sensors continuously gather environmental usage data, and the AI model analyzes the pattern and predict the optimal settings. Then the system determines the best HVAC adjustments, and the command is sent to the HVAC unit through IR communication. And the system learns from the results and user feedback, and there is a continuous improvement through reinforcement learning. Now I would like Jagdish to continue.
Hello. Hello. So this is the slide about circuit design and PCB testing. This is our like we have like design our project in 4 stages. So this is our first stage where we design a circuit and we do PCB testing. So in this we have created our schematic using PCAD and Eagle. So after designing this schematic, we basically fabricated the PCB. So this is our PCB system on chip, and this is our the basic flow of diagram where there is a PCDM sensor and it's a coil where we can measure the current using this, and this one is a DHT sensor. So basically, all the sensors are connected to the microcontroller, which is ESP32. We ensure all data collected through this sensor will go onto the cloud where we have deploy our LSTM and autoencoder ML models. So they process the data and give the optimal temperature. And using the IR blaster, we do the changes in the settings of the system. So this is the IR schematic. And this is all the first slide all about the PCB designing and PCB testing. So we move on to the second slide. This is all about the hardware casing and 3D printing. So we have developed this 3D printing in our Idea Lab. So this is also the second stage of our project where we designed the PCB and in a single unit using 3D printing. We tested multiple design iteration and modifying the dimensions. And for the sensor, we designed where the sensor would be suitable at which position. So final testing was not only functional, but also it's a lightweight, cost effective, and good looking, and it's a real world deployment. Uh, we ensure step-by-step process for the prototype and for the practical use. Now moving on to the next slide. So this is our the front end where the dashboard where we see all the data which is coming from the sensor and what exactly the current and what it's currently using now and how much energy consumption is now ready. So we develop one REST API to handle data flow between hardware and cloud. So on the dashboard, user can monitor the parameters like temperature, power, air quality, and can also send control commands to the HVAC system. This is the first stage transform our hardware into a smart user-friendly system to basically allow real-time monitoring system optimization and comfort management. Next, over to my friend Josh.
So this is the slide where we have explained the ML models and what was the output that we have received. So here we can see that we have tested our model on the AC of our college itself, and we have seen a stark decrease in the energy usage, which results in a cost savings as well, as sir had mentioned previously in the video. We also see the training of the LSTM model and the autoencoder model and how accurate the results were for the training as well as the testing data. Moving forward to the next slide. This is the simulation, MATLAB simulation model. First, we had tested our ML models on a MATLAB simulation of an actual HVAC system, which was available on the MATLAB. And we had then moved forward with the hardware testing as well. Here you can see the initial prototype that we created and the Supabase dashboard where the data was stored. Supabase is a cloud-based dashboard which was easily connected through the ESP32 microcontroller. The parameters were also displayed on a small OLED screen. This helped us to test our hypothesis both by simulation as well as actual hardware testing. Here you can see what software we used for our project. To begin with, we used Mistral model, the reasoning layer, which was a small language model. Grok was used for the API access. OpenStreetMap was for the geolocation of the person so that we can provide an accurate result and our model can understand where the HVAC is working. TensorFlow and Keras were used to make the neural network models, and Docker was used to Dockerize the entire system and deploy it on Azure Cloud. Azure Cloud, Azure Container Registry was used to deploy the containerized Dockers. Then for front-end, TypeScript, JavaScript, and CSS was used. To make the casing, we used Autodesk, AutoCAD, system. For PCB designing, we used KiCad and Eagle. This was the design of our app. We also provided a mobile app for the user and an admin access also for the entire control of a HVAC system with multiple air conditions, like in college where multiple ACs are there. Here you can see the POC. Here you can see the final part of the testing and analysis, how our anomaly detection worked, and how we uh, saw the various factors on which our ML model deployed was using to get the output using explainable AI, which was integrated into our system. Moving forward to the POC demo. One by one, you can see the initial testing, then controlling the AC through the IR module, and getting and collecting the data. This is the entire system, and that is the proof of concept of our idea. The ACV is being controlled by the IR module as our model predicts the correct temperature. To conclude, our project is a very unique project when it comes to retrofitting the current HVAC systems. We can obviously build new HVAC systems that are according to current technologies, including all the latest technologies, cloud computing, IoT, and AI/ML. But what about the current HVACs that are there, that have been fitted in the industry, in our colleges, in our home for a long period of time? These AC systems can be retrofitted with our module and can be converted into smart HVACs. We not only collect the data, but we also analyze it over a long period of time, suggest the correct temperatures, the correct settings on which the AC should run, and also detect for any uh, mishaps or any problems that might occur in the entire system using the anomaly detection. It's energy savings plus anomaly detection plus an AI assisted automation project on the HVAC systems. Thank you so much. This is the public repository for the project. You can obviously see it and can understand the code as well.
Thank you so much, Jayesh Agarwal and team, for presenting your remarkable project on the power of, and congratulations on achieving your patent. This session which you have given was truly inspiring, and I am confident that our participants have gained an valuable insight with the practical application which you have shown, and keep inspiring. We need young minds like you. You are the future. So all the best to your team.
Thank you,
Does
madam.
yeah, most welcome. Does anyone have any questions related to them? Are you open for the question, Jayesh?
Definitely, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone having any questions regarding their system? So I have one, like when you are monitoring the temperature, so what temperature is shown on your AC and what is shown by your system, does it differ generally, or
So we collect the data for in our case, we collected it for a day, 2 days at max. And
okay,
then we ran the ML models, and then it predicted for every time and day of the time or time of the day, it
okay,
predicted what the correct temperature should be. So then
okay,
we created an IR module that can directly show that temperature, that can directly control that AC. So
okay,
you don't need to use your remote, or there is no
okay,
manual intervention.
okay,
Only
that's
one chip that's fitted below the AC can make the entire system work.
that's good actually. Yeah, that's really good.
Now we
Anyone?
are working on reducing the cost of the entire system. So
Yeah, that would
it's
be
a
great.
very big challenge for us.
Yeah, obviously, because IoT and HVACR is like its upcoming topics, but it's really good. What you have achieved is like truly inspiring for all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you once again, and thank you to Sir also for giving us such an interesting session and giving you the platform to share your ideas. Thank you so much, Ash. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, anyone
Thank
having
you,
any
ma'am.
questions? Okay. No issues. Thank you, Jayesh. Okay, moving on with the next session. This was, I'm sure for every participant, this was an interesting session. So I'll just share the feedback link for this session in the chat. I would request everyone to fill the feedback form. Along with that, what I'll do, I'll just share once again the reflection journal with everyone, because the reflection journal has to be filled by end of the day today. I'll just share it right away once again. Just give me a second. I have shared a Google form link where you have to upload the reflection journal, and I'll just share the file also. Yeah. Yes, I have shared the template also with of the reflection journal. So hoping everyone can see it and requesting everyone to fill it by end of the day today. If anyone is having any question related to that, you can ask us. We'll just wait for 2-3 minutes before we start on the next session. Let's begin with our next session for the day on implementing a text classification task using pre-trained NLP models. It is my privilege and honor to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Kiran Trivedi. Sir is currently serving as an associate professor of computer science at the University of Wollongong, Australia's Gift City campus in Gandhinagar, Gujarat. He has also held esteemed position as an associate professor of data analytics engineering at Northeastern University, Seattle, USA, and as a professor at Gujarat Technology University for over 2 decades. He holds a PhD in human brainwave analysis and development of communication devices, and brings with him an impressive 28 years of teaching experience at both undergraduate and postgraduate levels in India and USA. Throughout his career, Dr. Trivedi has organized and delivered numerous workshops and expert talks on artificial intelligence, edge computing, deep learning, wireless and mobile technologies. His contribution extend globally from UNESCO in France, SWE to 2010 in Netherlands, ICTP in Italy, Symbian in the UK, Nepal, and Georgia Tech Research Center in US. He has authored publication, collaborated with ICTP, Italy, and even demonstrated the emergency messenger system to the late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. His innovations and expertise have earned him several prestigious awards, including the Dr. APJ Kalam Innovation Award, NVIDIA AI Research Grants, TinyML, KIT Grants, and the Passion Value Award from the University of Wollongong. Beyond his academic achievements, Dr. Trivedi's students' team have excelled in hackathons, and his outreach includes writing for leading newspapers, curriculum development, and promoting girls in ICT initiatives. He has also been a jury member for the City of Seattle Data Hackathon 2024 and continues to inspire learners through platforms like Coursera, where his course Data Mining for Engineering is available. Apart from his professional pursuit, Dr. Trivedi is also an avid cyclist, having covered over 27,000 kilometers and a music enthusiast. We are truly honored to have such a dynamic and inspiring personality with us today. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Manila, and good afternoon to everyone. Thanks to Rizvi College of Engineering, Mumbai, for giving me this opportunity. And I'm privileged to have all of you here, and would like to share my expertise. And I would like to mention here that the topic which was mentioned, there is a change in the topic, and I'm going to talk about the tiny machine learning and the applications and how to use TinyML for the embedded systems and all those things. And it is going to be a quite interesting one in terms of demonstration, because I'm going to show something in terms of where you can run the machine learning models on a very small chips and how you can transform this model to such devices. So let me start my session by sharing the screen, and then I will start my session. Okay. Hope my screen is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Thank you. Okay, so the topic which I like to express and share with all of you is about tiny machine learning, and specifically AI on wearables. And the specific example which I'm going to show today is basically the voice-driven intelligence on edge devices. So maybe like all of you must be aware about tiny machine learning, edge computing, physical computing, AI on wearables, and we see that we have lots of devices in the market right now which are AI enabled, or mostly the LLM enabled. So what I thought in terms of like, how can we make something, how we can integrate all this latest technology into a very small, tiny hardware, and we can see the power of AI into that. So mostly like when we wear these smartwatches, and it's like Apple smartwatch or any other watch, it is like bundled with lots of machine learning models into that. So how to make such models, how to deploy them, how to use them, or maybe it is nothing but it is all about a machine learning, but when you transform it from computers to a electronic chip, it is basically the tiny machine learning. So before I start, I would like to mention here about the fundamental concept of tiny machine learning, as well as maybe what you can even call it as a physical computing, or maybe even popularly known as edge computing. So tiny machine learning is simply where your machine learning model size is very small. When you transform the actual model which you have trained so far on your computers, could be something around 150 MB, and you transform that model into maybe like 8 kilobytes or 10 kilobytes or 12 kilobytes, and then it gives you the same functionality. And how that can be done, that is what we are going to discuss today. So we all have experience and we have interacted with such sort of edge computing devices like Amazon Alexa, then Apple Siri, Google Assistant. All these are basically, whenever they are deployed on a hardware, very small hardware which is there in our home. So that is basically the edge computing devices, or you can call that it's a technology enabled by TinyML. So why it is called edge computing? Let us discuss that first before I move to the next slide. When we talk about any of the machine learning model, usually they are residing into some cloud. And whenever we send our information or data, like say, for example, we have Google Photos, right? You upload a photo to your Google Photos folder. Maybe after 2, 3 days, you want to search some pictures, like you search that a picture with sunset, or maybe a picture with bicycle on that, or maybe seashore, etc. It will find out all the pictures and will show you that. How that is possible? Because of the computer vision model which is running at the Google server. And that is why it gives you a kind of a, you know, capability of a power of AI by which you are able to get all those images back to your mobile phone. Now, these models are running at the cloud, at the Google server or maybe Amazon server. But when we talk about edge computing, edge is all about the edge of the network. When we talk about the edge computing, the word edge is basically for the edge of the network. It means that we have whole internet system, maybe world wide web and lots of networks. We are integrated with number of different types of network and everything. So when the device is connected with the network, and consider that you are using that device in your home, maybe it's the edge of the network, at the last point of the network. And the model, which like AI model or a machine learning model, it is running inside that device only. It is not at the, server. So whatever information will be processed inside the device only. And that is why it is known as edge computing. So whenever we call it a machine learning model which is residing in our device, maybe Alexa, whenever you ask some question, Alexa, play my music, it will start playing that, but everything happens inside the device. Only some useful information will be sent to the Amazon server, and finally it will come back. So to have a kind of a faster response, another thing is that we want to keep a privacy, because every day these days, like, we are talking about privacy preserved AI system, and that is why it is very important that our privacy should be maintained. No one should know. And even once upon a time, I had an interaction with Amazon engineer in Seattle. They told that Amazon never knows who is the user, because whenever I'm asking my Amazon Alexa device something, my audio is basically encrypted into a different format, and that is how it is stored somewhere as an identity, or maybe a kind of a impression for my identity. But nobody knows that who is speaking. They cannot get any other information. And that is why we call it as a edge computing device or a machine learning device, but having a tiny ML running on the device itself. So today I tried to, because I had recently made a kind of a demonstration for one of the government of Australia, and we had some events in India, like at Coimbatore and Kolkata, about the Festival of Australia. So at that time, I specifically designed this and demonstrated that. So in the beginning, I will show you that how you can integrate number of things all together. So now I will move to the next slide. I mean to say the first slide of my presentation. If you can see a screen where we had 3 different images. Now, first of all, focus on the second image. There are 2 persons and they are wearing some wearable device as a kind of a bracelet or maybe a very hanging device, and it has a camera. And the first person, that the boy, is asking something, that tell me about what I did last week. So the device will give the information that last week you said you want to go to gym, for example. Maybe that lady asks that, give me a summary of my day today. So the device will reply that, like, you paid the fees, you have party tonight, you are applying for UW India admission, etc. So how that is possible? So the concept I call, which I made basically, I want to call it as an extended brain. So as a human, we don't need to remember anything in our life. Every conversation, every words which we are speaking, basically we are logging them. And whenever it is required, using AI, using LLM, using number of different technologies, we are able to process those information. So how that can be done, and how we can do that, because we have lots of services available and we can easily use them, integrating all these. But the problem is that we want to replace the computer. So my theme of today's talk is all about, we don't want to use the computers. We want to make everything handy. We want to make everything wearable. We want to make everything which we can move, a kind of a POS, or maybe a smartwatch, or maybe a ring, or a kind of a necklace, maybe anything, whatever you call it. We call them as a kind of a tiny machine learning devices. So now how that is possible? First of all, we need to understand that we have lots of hardware available, very cheap hardware. All of you must be aware about the Arduino systems and ESP32, Raspberry Pi, VO terminals, as well as NVIDIA Jetson Nano. These are all, development boards. So they are mimicking a kind of a small computer having a microcontroller or maybe a processor, but they are very small handy devices similar to a computer. It has a memory, it has a kind of a firmware or maybe a operating system which you can load using the memory card. It has a camera, it has microphone, loudspeakers, all the sensors, or maybe you can connect the sensors, whatever, like as per your requirement. It means that all the capabilities of the computers can be achieved through this sort of tiny hardwares. And the question is that they have limitations. They have limitation in terms of processing power. They have limitation in terms of storage devices. They have limitation in terms of batteries, kind of, because it cannot last longer. When you have a computer, you don't have to worry about that. But it has a connectivity. It has connectivity like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, maybe even LoRa also, as well as it has a capability of having GPS inbuilt into that. So what not? Everything, whatever we wish, we are getting into such small hardwares. So what I did, I took an ESP32 hardware, a kind of a development board, and I will show you that too. If you can see my screen, I have already connected that. So this is basically a DF. Let me change this to background. So if you can see this, this is a DF robot ESP32 enabled board. It is similar to a very tiny computer you can call. It has a C-type port. It has memory card. You can see that the memory card is connected over here. The big black box is basically a loudspeaker. It has a microphone also. It has a camera on this side. So almost everything is there, but the problem is that it has a limitation in terms of storage, is a limitation in terms of processing, but it is capable of doing whatever we are interested in. So now let us come back to the first picture in the slide. So the board which is shown in the screen is basically different, but the same board is there on this particular DF robot board. So ESP32 is basically an open source hardware which you can program using Arduino, an open source programming language. And there is a microphone on the board. So how this will work, let me explain that first. So say, for example, this boy is wearing that particular hardware. Now I'm talking to someone and there is a conversation happening. So the voice will be recorded through the microphone on this board on the memory card in the WAV file format. So maybe at every 5 seconds it is recording. And even this board I have programmed in such a way that whenever there is a voice activity detected, then and then it will record to save the memory. So if my conversation is happening with someone, it will start immediately recording. It will record some chunks of audio files, maybe in terms of 10 seconds or 20 seconds. We can change them as per our requirement. But to have a better, recording, I think 5 second to 10 second recording is good. But once it is done, it will again start recording for another audio conversation. Now the question is, people say that we cannot record anyone's voice without their permission. So there is a facility using this DeepGram APIs, because DeepGram is basically a kind of a cloud services using AI specifically for the audio, that when you send your audio file, or maybe when you define that I want to record for this particular audio only, it will match with that and it will start recording that audio only. So it means that I'm talking to someone, his or her audio will not be recorded. Only whatever I am speaking will be recorded. So it means that I don't need to remember what I was speaking, maybe yesterday, maybe 1 week ago, maybe 1 month ago, maybe 1 year ago, because everything is logged into this memory card. Now, what to do with these recordings? So these WAV files will be sent to DeepGram. So whenever we are using this hardware, it is connected with the mobile phone Wi-Fi hotspot, and whenever it is recorded with the timestamp and everything, it will go to DeepGram. So if you look at the block diagram, send audio to DeepGram API, and DeepGram will basically convert this audio file into a text file. Maybe a kind of a transcript you can call, or maybe transcribing into the text file. And the text file will be sent back from DeepGram server to again to this board, or maybe the ESP32 where the memory card I show you. It will be recorded with a timestamp. It will be recorded with some sort of contextual, whatever code we have written so far. Now that job is done, we have got a conversation audio file. specifically for my voice. Even if we require, we can record both the person's audio. That is also possible. But right now I have done that. It records only my voice and it will keep into a text file. So all the conversation which was spoken will be stored there. Now the DeepGram is basically having voice intelligence facility also. It means that it can identify your emotions. So right now, if I'm taking a class, it means that my voice intelligence in terms of sentiments is basically neutral. If I'm happily explaining something, it means that my sentiment while speaking was happy, neutral, or maybe angry, or there are a number of ways of defining them. So all these options are provided when the text file is sent back to the ESP32 or my hardware. It means that I get the voice intelligence in terms of sentiments, that whenever I ask something or whenever I was talking something, what was my sentiment? So that is also recorded in that text file. Now the question is that what to do with this text file? Because whenever the audio file is recorded one by one at every 5 seconds or every 10 seconds, we are getting the text files also back to the memory card. Now we don't need those audio files. So automatically we can delete through program that, okay, now you have got the text file. There is no need of WAV file. So we can release the memory card memory. Now for future purpose, to have a kind of a summary of the conversation or maybe a contextual information to identify from the recorded text file, how do we get that? And we all know that whenever we use ChatGPT or OpenAI APIs, we can definitely find out whatever we want. So say, for example, if you are uploading a PDF file to your ChatGPT and ask that, give me a summary of this book, maybe in 5 lines, it will give you the summary in 5 lines. It means that based on the prompts, based on the contextuality of the text, you will be able to get the answer out of that. So maybe you define that I need a summary, I need a answer for my conversation, I need that I want to be reminded at some point of time. Everything will be there, and that is why again from the memory card, we are sending this text file to a OpenAI router. So that is using again APIs. We are sending that text file to OpenAI router. It is basically sending it to GPT to generate the reply, or maybe to anything like summary, or maybe reminding, or maybe a contextual answer. So say, for example, if I ask, what is the capital of India? Maybe I ask someone, but my ESP32 or DF robot board recorded my audio and sent that to DeepGram. So that audio file is sent where my voice is recorded with a voice or maybe a kind of conversation. What is the capital of India? I got a textual file back with my sentiments, with timestamp and everything, because it mentions the date, time, and everything. Because at any point of time in future, if you want to recall something, that what I was talking about on Saturday afternoon, it will tell you that you are talking about asking for capital of India and something similar to that. So based on those conversations, OpenAI will give you a kind of an answer in the form of a text file. Now this text file is again stored, but now what we need to do that sometimes if you want to have a wearable device, we don't have a display. So if you can see the middle picture, there is no display. So both the users won't be able to read anything in terms of OpenAI answer through ChatGPT or maybe the GPT reply, GPT responses. So we need to convert them into a audio file. And that is where comes the 11 Labs API. 11 Labs is a website where you will be able to, clone your voice. You will be able to change the language. You will be able to convert the text file into an audio file in the WAV format. So sending this text file, which actually GPT has sent us back, we will be able to convert them into an audio file. So now that WAV file again comes to the board in the memory card and it will be stored permanently, because we are not going to delete, because that is going to be useful for our future conversations. So now whenever you ask something, maybe after 1 week, that what I was talking on Saturday on day 13 September, say for example, like between 2 to 3. So at that time, it will search in the memory card, it will identify everything, and it will give you a kind of a summary. So now if you look at the second picture, these were the conversation happened maybe by that boy or a girl in a last week, or maybe based on any of the conversation today, or maybe you want to find out that, tell me, what was my sentiment in last 6 months? So it will identify all the sentiments from your memory card, that 80% of the time. So it's a kind of a data analytics which you can do based on your conversation, that okay, in last 6 months you were 80% neutral in terms of your conversation, 15% happy, and maybe for 5% not identified, or maybe you were not happy or angry, or whatever the conversation has been identified by the DeepGram server. So now it comes back to the memory card, and finally we have a kind of an intelligent device. So now the question is, either we can make such wearable, or maybe there are devices available from this Liligo, because they give you a kind of a wearable ESP30T in the form of a wristwatch. Because if you look at the third picture, that shows that the same board is in the form of a display, having a watch form factor. It has everything what this board is having: loudspeaker, microphone, but there is no camera. So one thing is missing. Here even you can take the picture while having a conversation. Okay, if you are talking to someone, the conversation is happening. With the permission of the user, you can take picture, or user will be identified that there would be a red LED blinking and the picture will be taken, like Meta Ray-Ban Meta Ray-Ban glasses, which is powered by LLM. So it will take the picture. Even it can send that picture to directly OpenAI. It will be identifying the I should say the content of the picture, that what the picture all about, picture is all about, and everything will be stored. So that option is right now not enabled, but that is also possible because we have this board is having that particular camera. So you can take a picture of 3 megapixel. It's a very good quality picture, and it can be sent to the OpenAI, and we get the answer for that. So if you want to make a completely wearable device, we don't want to make a 3D printing and to wear this in the neck and everything. We can wear it on the wrist, and this is what I'm going to show you here is basically the same watch which is there in the picture. So it looks like an Apple smartwatch, but it is basically a programmable one, and you can program it using Arduino. And if you open this one on the back side, you'll be able to see that it has a kind of a battery, loudspeaker, microphone, and even if you remove this battery, you will be able to insert a memory card and you can record whatever you wish. So right now I have used 32 GB of memory card, and that works fine because it's not like taking too much of space for the wave files. Mostly the wave files are of some 200 200 kilobytes or 500 kilobytes, maybe 1 MB maximum. It depends on how many seconds you are recording that. So this is what the whole concept of, integrating everything right now, whatever is available. So first we took an open source hardware. We used DeepGram API. So DeepGram is basically related to speech processing. OpenAI is all about power of LLM. 11lab is again related to voice and speech processing and everything, converting text into audio or maybe TTS kind of a thing. So we have tried to integrate everything into a small wearable device. But now how to do all this? That is what we will be able to see. And the next slide, I have actually created an AI video using my discussion so that now you will be able to understand it properly. So the next slide would be playing that particular video for you. So these are the two devices which I show you. DF Robot is available online anywhere in India. You can buy it maybe just for ESP32 comes for 300 rupees, but DF Robot is maybe like 1300 or 3000 rupees, which you can use and program. Liligo is again around 2800 or 4000. I'm not sure because I purchased 6 months ago, but it's less than 5000 rupees. But it is a completely programmable watch. Even you can deploy machine learning models. Like whenever I'm wearing this sort of smartwatch, and if I twist my wrist, it displays the time, right? So there is a machine learning model basically, which is able to identify my hand gesture, my twist of the wrist, and basically whenever the accelerometer from that particular sensor will, enable that model, it will be able to light up the display and will be able to see the time. Even whatever step counts or maybe whatever physical activities we are doing, this is all possible because of the tiny machine learning models which are there in such devices. So this is an era right now where people are not interested in terms of making everything for the laptops or computers where you have machine learning model running over there, but there are lots of applications like medical, healthcare, fitness, or maybe for commercial applications. We want to have these models to be transformed into the device and it should be deployed over there. So if you have a CCTV camera, you are taking the footage, taking it to the cloud server and finally processing them. Instead of that, if you run that model directly on the CCTV camera, it will be able to provide you all the feedback. You don't need a computer network even. You just need an internet connectivity to get those insights directly from the CCTV camera to your mobile phone to get an update or a notification, etc. Okay, so let me show you the video.
I'm sure you've heard the news. AI is getting smarter by the day. But what happens when you pack all that intelligence into a tiny camera board? Let's see how the magic works. Here's what's happening behind the scenes. First, the DF Robot AI camera board. already connected to Wi-Fi, starts by listening in through its built-in microphone. When you speak, it
Are you able to listen the audio?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
records your audio and saves the
Yes.
file straight to its SD card. Next, that audio file takes a quick trip through the internet to DeepGram's servers for transcription. DeepGram listens to your recording and spits out the text version, basically turning your words into data. Then things get really interesting. The transcript heads over to the GPT server. Here's where the board gets its intelligence. GPT reads your words, thinks up a smart response, and sends it right back. But we're not done yet. The response still needs a voice, so it's sent to the 11 Labs TTS server. 11 Labs transforms that reply into natural-sounding speech, ready to be heard. Finally, that audio file makes its way back home to the camera board. And through the onboard speaker, you hear GPT's answer, spoken out loud like a real conversation. So, from microphone to speaker, that's how your AI camera board goes from listening to thinking to talking back, all in real time.
Okay. So now I will take all of you to the Arduino board and will show you the actual demonstration. So right now on my screen, the Arduino IDE is basically how you can program. There is no need to explain because everybody knows about Arduino and everything. So right now this board which I was showing you for the same application and the video which you just saw, it is connected with my computer. This board's Wi-Fi is connected with my phone's Wi-Fi hotspot, and it's all ready to test because I have just loaded the program. So if you can see before my session, I just try and tested that whenever I ask something, whenever I connected for the first time, it shows that Wi-Fi connected, current time 9:46 because it is in the GMT format. So if I want to have a text file with the Indian IST timestamp, I need to just convert that time into GMT to IST. And once it is ready, it will show that board is ready. Press button to record. Right now I'm doing manually because I'm not doing programmatically, because what happens usually that it will start recording all the time, and maybe like after 1 or 2 hours it will fill up the memory. So what I will do right now, I will connect it again and will show you. If you can keep your eyes on the serial monitor here, and you'll be able to see what is happening actually at the board level. So I will just reset the board. So it shows that connecting to Wi-Fi at the last line, Wi-Fi connected. Now maybe just for a testing purpose, I will, it shows me that ready, press button to record. What is the capital of India? It says save wave file to the SD card, connecting to DeepGram server. So basically it is now taking an API call to the DeepGram server. Sometimes if the internet speed is slow, it may give an error, but now I think it has been sent. So if you can see that what is the capital of India, detected language. Right now, I have disabled the language detection. Otherwise, it can also identify that in which language a person actually spoke. Detected sentiment, as I told you about it, it identifies my sentiment. If I ask angrily, what is the capital of India? It will even tell me that angry sentiment was there in that particular audio file. Now, once it is done, it says that TTS wave saved, because now from that OpenAI router and everything, we have received the answer. So if you can see the screen, GPT reply, the capital of India is New Delhi, TTS wave saved. So if I open this memory card connecting to my laptop, and if I see that, and if I play that audio file, it will give me the audio for my question or maybe the conversation which I had. So the capital of India is New Delhi. That is the wave file right now in this board. Now the thing is that if you want to, mimic your own voice, you go to OpenAI, go to 11 Labs, clone your voice. So you need to give a recording of your voice, maybe for 30 seconds. It will generate an audio like you speaking that particular answer. So the capital of India is New Delhi would be in my same voice. That is also possible. Right now, I did only a kind of a question answering, what we do in the case of ChatGPT. But sometimes if a conversation is happening, everything will be stored, everything will be sent to that, and finally some summary would be obtained, and it will be stored somewhere in the text file. So maybe after 1 week I will ask something about that, I was talking about anything, opening a bank account. So it will find out in from the memory card, it will identify the answer and tell me. So now if you look at a student wearing such smartwatch in the class, which is having this sort of functionality, he will never take a class note. He will just start recording everything, and at any point of time it will ask that on that particular day what the teacher was teaching all about, give me a summary of that, or maybe any specific question he want to ask from the conversation done by the teacher in the class. So it is all about, we don't wish that humans should remember anything, but this sort of AI devices, wearable devices, will take care, and finally will be able to ask whatever was done in the past. So I call it is like a wife. She never forgets anything. Whatever you answer, it will give you a kind of a summary. 25 years ago, you told me these and that and everything. So you'll be able to get all these answers. Okay, now, because my presentation has number of things all together, so I will jump from one slide to another slide and we'll come back again. Stop sharing. Okay, I will also cover this one, but before that, some basic thing about the tiny machine learning part. So what we call TinyML is basically an embedded machine learning into an embedded system. Embedded systems are basically a small electronic board where everything is there similar to computers. And when we run machine learning model over there, it is basically the embedded machine learning. The well-known entrepreneur has told that whenever you are using TinyML, there is a blurb effect. So basically, it is all about concerns, bandwidth, because we have a limited bandwidth. You cannot have a very fast internet. Latency is also there. If you see that right now, everything happened very quickly when I demonstrated you. But sometimes there is a latency. Latency is something about you ask something and you get a little bit delayed response. You ask your Amazon Alexa device that play my music, it will take at least 1 or 2 seconds of time to respond, because these are very low power, low processing power devices, and that is why there is a delay. So delay is basically a latency, and latency is always there in this sort of tiny devices. Economics is always there in terms of it saves your money, it saves your power and everything in terms of power consumption, internet speed, the data transmission and whatnot. There are few devices available, specifically the LoRa communication devices. These devices can run on a single button cell battery for 10 years. So now you can imagine that how much energy they are saving. Reliability is also very good because everything is, in terms of privacy, that whenever you have an edge computing device, it gives you 100% of privacy. And they are almost reliable, as I discussed. So low power consumption, compact models, edge computing, wider application. You take any of the field, you will be able to deploy this sort of TinyML devices in healthcare, medical field, or maybe in case of laboratories, maybe in case of predictive analytics, or maybe in case of commercial devices like glasses, wearable, smartwatch, and any other ornaments, etc. So this is what we discussed. Okay. So now there is another alternative of this one. I show you there is an ESP32, but now I have something else also, which I call it as a Arduino Nano 33 BLE Sense. This is also a very good board for starting something which is in terms of TinyML. So this board is very much powerful in a way that it can run tiny machine learning models. It has lots of sensors on board. And if you want to just start as a beginner, what you can do, you need simply a computer and VS Code or any other IDE to write the program. You can install Arduino IDE, or maybe for machine learning, you can use Google Colabs. So there is no need of any specific hardware. This is one of the best book I have found by Pete Warden, who was previously with Google, and now he has started his own company, but he has written a very good book, and there are lots of examples available just to start with tiny machine learning and maybe using TensorFlow Lite, because TensorFlow Lite is a Google framework by which you will be able to create this sort of models, which you can call it as a tiny machine learning model. So the technology behind converting all these is basically TensorFlow Lite for microcontrollers. Whenever you create a machine learning model, when you use TensorFlow Lite, it basically transforms the model into a very smaller size. So you might have used the header files while programming. So if we include x.h file or model.h file in our Arduino or any other C++ or maybe another programming languages. So here what we get in the form of a TinyML model is basically .h file. So initially, maybe the TensorFlow framework will give you a model file, but when you convert for the TensorFlow Lite, it would give you a kind of a model.h file, and that is what we need to include. So if I can show you that particular Arduino screen, there was a model.h file. I think it is not there. I will show you later on. It is there in the another example. So ML concepts I'm not covering because everybody knows about that. Okay, so how you can start with a TinyML project? Initially, you need to decide the goal. So in this example, I decided that let me have something kind of an extended brain where I don't need to remember anything. This is not an example of a machine learning purely, but this is about wearable devices. I use some API services. But when you want to create your own TinyML project, you need to collect the data also. Then you need design a model architecture, train the model, convert the model, run inferences, etc., and evaluate and troubleshoot. So say, for example, we want to create a model like same way as Apple smartwatch is having, that I'm walking and it should count my steps. Or maybe I'm running or I'm cycling. It will record everything based on the activity which I am doing. So it means that it has to identify my activity. So how the activities would be identified? That would be because there is a TinyML model running inside the watch. But how to collect such data, how to make such model? So I will show you a interface where I will show you some data also being generated and how you can record them. So again, going back to the Arduino screen. So right now with my computer, I have another board which is connected, which I show you, Arduino Nano 33BLE with my COM port 5. That is also here. So if you can see this model, this board, and when I just hold it up, it started showing me the data from the accelerometer sensor. As all of you know, that accelerometer is basically a sensor which gives you acceleration in X, Y, and Z direction. Having a gyroscope gives you values in terms of Gx, Gy, Gz. So whatever data being generated because of the movement of this particular board is displayed here on the serial monitor. Now, if I want to do a particular gesture, say for example, we want to make a gesture identifying device that if I am writing 1 in air or maybe 2 or maybe 3, 4, etc., just by my gesture, can I identify what number it was or what alphabet character it was or whatever activity I was doing? Say, for example, if I'm doing something like this, it means that I'm doing a gesture for drinking something. So how can we identify, how can we create a model for that? So just we need to hold this microcontroller or maybe a sensor which has been connected with the board. You just need to do it for again and again. So I will disconnect it and again show you that how it is done. There are two different display type. This is a serial monitor, so it displays me the row value, but I can also see the waveforms of the data being generated. See, I'm moving it right now. If I'm changing the pattern, it will show me a different pattern. If I do only up, down, or maybe if I do a gesture for 0, or if I write 8, all the patterns would be different. So you can see that 3 different values of value 1, value 2, value 3 are basically the acceleration in X direction, Y direction, and Z direction. Right now, they are being displayed so that we can identify that, okay, for every gesture, we have a different pattern. But that is visualized right now so we can see. But we want to create a data set for this sort of gestures. So maybe if I do A one time, second time, third time, I do it for 100 times. And parallelly on the same screen, I have data being generated for all the gestures. Sorry. So if I do 0, 10 times, 20 times, 40 times, or just for collecting the data. So it means that more the data I have, more the truth I have, more accuracy I have. But there should be a kind of diversity in the data in the form of that as an individual person, if I'm collecting the data all the time, there would not be diversity. So I will have to ask some friends or maybe other students also that now you also do zero and generate some data. I will be able to record those, because if I do a zero right now in the form of a gesture, maybe I'm making a very small zero, but somebody will do a very big zero like this, or maybe someone will make a very small gesture movement for a zero. So everything is zero, but there is a variety in the data. So we need to collect more amount of data. So whenever, like few months ago, I made a model that I identified punch and flex kind of an activity. So almost 300 times I did that. I copied this data from the screen and finally I pasted into a CSV file, and I gave that name as a 1.csv or 2.csv, 3.csv, or whatever gesture I was doing. If I'm recording these data for drinking, I will call it as a drinking.csv. So the data which it contains is only for CSV file for that particular drinking gesture. Now the question is, it is a problem of a normal classification. We need to simply classify all these different activities. And there are lots of examples available on the internet that you can directly use them and just upload your data, and finally you'll be able to create a TinyML model for that. Now the problem is that maybe some of the students may not have this sort of background to play with the Arduino, but Arduino is usually taught in high schools these days, and that is why there would not be any problem. But even though if you don't know, there is a very good platform which I will show you right now. Where is the Google Chrome? That is known as an Age Impulse platform. Age Impulse is basically a no-code platform. You don't need to worry about anything, and you'll be able to create everything based on the assistance provided by this Arduino Age AI platform. So I will open this. You need to register to use this platform. Go to the login section. And I will open one of the example of one of the hackathon which we won 4 years ago. So we use this platform for that particular hackathon. It was organized by United Nations, and we were the global winner for this one. So this hackathon was all about in terms of using AI and everything for, mass impact globally. So what we tried, we took an example of identifying malaria, and then we change our idea to identifying something else. So we thought that, like, we read some WHO articles and found that the deadliest animal in the world today is basically mosquito. That is on top. Second is human, and then other whale and shark and all of them. So mosquito is still a problem. We have developed lots of technologies to identify malaria and dengue and everything through the laboratory scanning and everything, or maybe collecting larvae. We can identify which kind of a breed it is. But we had another idea that can we identify the mosquito species by just listening their wing beat sounds? Every individual mosquito of different breeds or species have a different, humming sound of their wing beats. So we identified a data set from University of Oxford, and it was a 14 GB of data just containing 2 seconds of audio file for different mosquito species, and it was only their wing beat sounds. Machhar ki gungunahat, that's all. And we downloaded that data set, and at that time, the student was not having that sort of capability to program all these. So I suggested him to go to Age Impulse platform. We uploaded the data, and here you can go to data acquisition part. There is an option to upload your data. Even though you don't have the data, or maybe you want to record your own, there is an option to collect the data like connect a device. You need to install some command line interface for this particular platform, and you will be able to integrate your mobile phone, your sensors, your boards with the laptop, and the data will be directly logged into this Age Impulse platform. But we had the CSV file, so we uploaded. And if you can see that data collected was like 13-minute total sound of the mosquito wing beat sounds. It shows me that for QLEX, it was 3 minutes. because every sample was for 2 seconds. That is why 3 minutes is a very big data. Anopheles was for 2 minutes and 28 seconds, and the Aedes, because we took 4 different mosquito species. There were like around 7 to 8 in the data set, but we only identified that which are the deadliest ones. So these are the 3 deadliest one. We uploaded them, so all the data is available here. But interestingly, when you are dealing with a audio related machine learning problem, when there is no audio, it should be called as a ambient or a noise kind of a thing. So we also recorded a noise. So doing nothing but simply record the ambient sound and upload it, because that's a 4th class you need to keep while doing a classification problem. So if you can see that if I click on an unknown data, it will show me the waveform of that particular data being stored. Right now it shows me the accelerometer. I don't know why. But let me go to a mosquitoes data. So if you can see that this is for Aedes aegypti, 625 millisecond length of that particular audio. It shows me a spectrogram for that wing beat sounds. Even you can play that here and you can listen the sound of that particular mosquitoes. So the first task is to just upload the data, take a CSV, different CSV with different label names, upload them. It will organize everything automatically here, and it will also show you the proportion of the data what you have for training, testing, etc. And then you need to set up the experiment. So it is known as a creating the impulse. So when you click on the create impulse, you will get a very interesting screen in terms of wizard, that you have a kind of a time series data or maybe audio data. Based on that, what do you want to do here in terms of adding a MFCC component for the identifying the speech processing, or maybe you don't know, you can again click on add processing block. So it will tell you that whether it's audio data, based on audio data, which sort of thing you want to use from the age impulse in terms of spectrogram, in terms of raw data, in terms of audio MFCC, etc. So that is one way. If it is not an audio data, it will give you another options too. So you just need to, even though you don't know, just click on next, 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 and finally you will be able to set up, because it optimizes based on your data. But again, there is an option that you can select the type, you can select the data, you can even change the code and everything. But right now we are not doing anything on this part. You can go to this another part of the MFCC where you will be able to see the various parameters for the MFCC component, like male frequency cepstral coefficient. If you are dealing into audio and speech processing, you'll have an idea on that. And then the classifier. Right now it is not there in the screen, but you can have a classifier, because once you have done the model training and testing and everything, because I'm opening a very old one, and then finally you can deploy it. Right now it shows that my data is not trained, and that is why this is the case. But what I can do, I will go to PPT again and will show you from there. Yes. So when you go to Age Impulse platform, it asks for you to create a new project. That's the first screen, because I have taken some screenshots also. You create a project, give some name, and then finally the first thing it will ask you that which kind of a data you have, or maybe like for on which area you want to do your tiny ML or machine learning project. So one could be an accelerometer data, which I showed you just before a few minutes from the accelerometer. If you have an audio data, you can click on audio. If you have a computer vision problem, image data, you can use that one or something else. Then finally, you have to go to the creation part of that. So how to collect the data? You have all the options available, because people may not have all this sort of hardware in the beginning when they are creating a tiny ML project. So you can even use your mobile phone, because your mobile phone can collect the data through the camera. It can even take the images. You might have your photo galleries. You can upload that to the Age Impulse platform. If you want to collect the accelerometer data, your phone has an accelerometer, because whenever we change the screen orientation from portrait to landscape, there is an accelerometer which is responsible for that. So you can collect the accelerometer data also. So maybe what can be done, that you just hold the phone and do a 0 gesture or maybe 1 gesture, etc., and it will start recording the data and collect the data on the Age Impulse platform. Then use your phone, use your computer, data from any devices with the data forwarded, or maybe you have a CSV file which you can upload directly. So it gives you, I mean to say, it gives you all the option. If you want to collect the audio data for, say, you want to identify your family members through their voice. So what you need to do, connect your mobile phone with the Age Impulse platform, ask your family member to like speak something for 30 seconds, you collect the audio data, send it to the Age Impulse platform, give it a label as person's name in the family, and do it a classification problem for audio, and it will be able to identify very quickly. So once the model is ready, it will be ready to run on the phone itself within like just 2-3 minutes, and you will be able to check that even without coding. But Age Impulse platform gives you an option that if you want to play with the code, you can open the code, you can change the model parameters, you can change the epoch, frequency, the model training time, hyperparameters, and everything. Everything is possible. So as a beginner, you just go with the wizard, or maybe after that you want to write a research paper, you want to change the parameters, and you want to bring out something new, which Age Impulse is giving by default. So what you need to do, you need to have some sort of CLI interface to be installed, set up in the computer. So these are the links provided. I will share you all this PPT with the organizers, so you will be able to find them out later on. And you need to install some sort of dependencies for the Windows, like Python 3 is already must be there with everyone, Node.js and some other tools via npm install. And the guide is also provided on all these websites. So I have taken the screenshot that if you need more information, you can go to this websites and learn about that. What are the things needed? If you have a Linux computer, you can have another installation. For Python, these are some of the older screenshots. So maybe right now it shows that 14.17 LTS for the Node.js, but it could be latest one right now. So the same interface for the Age Impulse platform, and some references are also provided for learning this part. And this is for the Arduino, where you need to set up the screen and everything. So these are the data which I show you about accelerometer data. So I just recorded it for 10 times for left.csv and right.csv. So maybe like moving a sensor on the left side gesture or right side gesture, we want to classify that. Whenever you will do after that in terms of testing, it should give you a proper accuracy of whatever activities you are doing. So the similar screen which I show you, that you need to just copy the data from the serial monitor. So you just select all, copy, go to a text file, paste over there, save it as .csv. So you will be able to get that CSV file in a structured format, in a tabular format, because whenever you will copy it and if you paste it on the Excel sheet, it won't be able to a CSV file directly, but you need to go to a text file, just put it over there, paste it everything, and then save it as .csv. So everything will be structured in the CSV format. And these are the examples which I'm showing you right now available on the Google Colab for gesture identification, or maybe you want to convert that gesture into an emoji, or maybe you want to identify a color also. Like usually we do classification for various fruits using camera. So whenever you show a fruit like banana or an apple, it identifies or classify that it's an apple or banana. But can you do it without camera? So maybe just for an experiment as a primary level of understanding of the classification problem, this Arduino board has a color sensor also. So whenever you are showing different fruits like banana, apple, orange, and all of them, they are not same colors. They are having a different texture colors and gradients of those colors. It will be able to capture those colors very well. And whenever you show that fruit after training your model and deploying it onto the hardware, it will be able to provide you all the fruits name, because you have collected those data for those colors of the fruits for creating the data set. And the link which I had provided for the Google Colab for this particular project is shown here. So whenever you do installation, run the setup and running and setting up the environment, uploading the data to Google Colab, and plotting the data in the beginning, that simply showing the data from the data set, and then last few steps, and you will be able to create the .h file. So this is the model which we have actually created, and that is what we call as a tiny machine learning model. It is just of normally 8 kilobytes whenever you use the Edge Impulse or TensorFlow Lite kind of a platform. And once it is running, it will not show you the data, but it will show you the outcome of the model. So if you do left, if you do right, it will show you with the accuracy. So in the screen, you can see that left 0.99. It means that whenever I did that gesture for left side, moving the hardware or sensor on the left side or right side, it gives me that particular accuracy. So in the beginning, it will show you both the accuracies. That left was 0.99. It means that it was the correct prediction. Okay, now I will show you and take you to the first slide again. So what could be an interesting idea of such applications? So if you might have heard about,
I'm sure.
if you might have heard about, artificial nose, that how can we smell something using an AI? Benjamin Kobe was one of the first guy who actually experimented this. And I also tried that at my own, and I just, explored more on that. And finally, I also was able to identify various smells using AI. So just to show you that particular also in hardware also, I will also show you the sensors and everything. So it is all about human biology, that olfaction, that how we can smell. Maybe something is being cooked in the cooking in the home, then we'll be able to identify, this is a garlic smell, or maybe this is tea smell, this is coffee smell, or maybe this is not a good smell. Maybe pav bhaji, vada pav, whatever we smell, we can identify all of them. So how to do that? This is the fundamental, that whenever the volatile organic compounds, basically the fundamental is basically the volatile organic compounds from different substances, or maybe molecules, or maybe the elements, whatever we have, or the formation of any of the ingredients. They actually generate some VOC particles, and these are the chemical molecules which sits on the olfactory bulb, and finally it goes to the brain, and brain identifies, because we as a human are so much trained throughout our since our birth, that we have a model, a kind of not an artificial one, but the intelligent model which is running inside our brain, that identifies perfectly with the maximum accuracy. So this is about the detection, receptor activation, signal transduction, perception, etc. So I'm not going all into the biology, but these are some of the fragrance families, and we'll take you directly to this part. So what is the molecular basis of the smell? It is basically because of the specific volatile organic compounds. We call it as a VOC. We all had a chemistry class in our high school days, and VOC was one of the topic. But at that time, we were not aware about all that. This would be an interesting one for the AI also. So they have unique shapes and functional groups. These characteristics determine how they interact with olfactory receptors in the nose, and the vast diversity in the compounds is what allows human and other animals to detect a wider area or area of the smells. So VOC is basically a volatile organic compounds, are organic chemicals that easily vaporize at room temperature due to their low boiling points, allowing their molecules to quickly transition from solid to liquid state into the air, as seen with the rapid diffusion of perfume or food aromas. It means that which can vaporize, we can only smell that. We cannot smell everything. If you take a steel block, it doesn't smell because it doesn't have anything which can vaporize. So whenever we can smell something, it is basically a kind of a something which is being vaporized in the air, and finally it comes to our nose. So now you take an example of a sniffer dog. Sniffer dog can identify even a explosive, but we as a human smell something, but we can never identify that this bag contains explosives. So nowadays, people are working on this sort of sniffing activities, and that is why I call it as an AI sniffer. So you collect the data for various smells which are responsible, but there is a limitation that when it comes to human, sometimes we cannot smell, but AI systems can smell those things like a dog, and you can use them for identifying various smells. So how to do? It's a classification problem, nothing more than that. Just consider that instead of those accelerometer data, we are collecting smell data for tea, for coffee, for spirits, for perfumes, etc. We need to use the same setup, same hardware. And that is why sometimes I funnily say that, Machine learning is all about like a Punjabi sabji that, you go to a restaurant, you have paneer tikka masala, paneer bhurji, etc., but the gravy remains same. It means that whatever you do, but fundamentally either you are doing classification or maybe regression or any other things. And again, data could be different. It could be a image data, it could be audio data, it could be a numerical data, it could be a textual data, or maybe anything other than that too. But fundamentally everything is same. It is all about creativity. It is all about solving a problem which you face. Okay, so now I will take you to that slide which I was showing you about this identification of various smells. Okay, so for that, what I used a VO terminal. I will show you that if I have here. Yes, the VO terminal is again an Arduino board, but it is having a display. So you don't need to even use the computer or a serial monitor to show. So this is just I don't know, I cannot see my screen. Stop sharing. Okay. So this is a VO terminal. It is a same Arduino board inside or ESP32, and it can be programmed the same way Arduino ID, and it has also sensors, it has display, but we need to simply connect the sensors externally through these ports. And in this case, I had taken some VOC sensors also to detect the VOC content, because now we know what is VOC and what it gives as an output. So now if you can see the screen again. So what I showed, that was a VO terminal. Then these are the different gas sensors, even the temperature, humidity, and pressure sensors. Because what happens that as a human, we have an intelligence that no one can beat. Even it's difficult for an AI to beat because it is based on number of things. We have lots of sensories and all the data are being like a fusion data of various sensor. So take an example of a soil or a moisture smell. Whenever there is a raining, we can smell something, the earth's moisture smell, or maybe what we call a petrichor or petrichor, I don't know, but that is the thing we can smell. Why we are not able to smell that in normal days? Because the temperature and humidity is different. So a smell depends on temperature as well as humidity. So whenever we are recording the data for a particular smell or an odor or a fragrance, we need to collect the data for temperature. We need to collect the data for humidity also, because it is a reference for that particular one. If I'm sitting in this room right now, I have a coffee cup here. And if I put a sensor over on top of the coffee cup to collect the data of the coffee smell, but in my room, the temperature of the AC is around like 18 degree. If I go in the outside and 40-degree temperature, and if I test my hardware or the project or an AI system, it's not going to give me an accurate result. So that is why we need to have more the variety in terms of other combinations also. So it should not be in a kind of a closed structure format. It should be in a different setup also. That is what I'm trying to explain here. So this is the sensor, basically a multi-channel sensor. If you search on internet, it is available everywhere online. You can buy it and you can connect with this VO terminal. And similar to the accelerometer data, which I show you on the screen, the live data, you can have the various data for all these possible combination like carbon monoxide, ethanol, hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, etc. And this is basically a gross SPG30 VOC sensor. It gives you VOC content, VOC1 and VOC2 values. So volatile organic compound. This is the data in which we are interested. And this one is for temperature, humidity, and pressure monitoring. And we also collect these data. So this is the setup. The VO terminal was connected with this sensors. So I call it as a sensor fusion. We are having different 3 sensors. We are creating a machine learning model, or maybe while testing, we are passing the same data of different testing environment to the machine learning model, and we are able to identify the various odor or the smell. So it was tested in Seattle when I was there in 2 years back. So with different spirits, I try and tested, and it was able to give me the perfect answer. So when I was collecting the data on my screen, I was able to get the timestamp, temperature, humidity, pressure, CO2, VOC1, VOC2, NO2, ethanol, carbon monoxide, etc., all of them together, and just copying them for a particular substance like liquor or coffee or tea. You need to simply put it into a CSV file, and again, the same classification problem. So I use the Age Impulse platform for tea, uploaded the different types of tea, because you have a sachet of different fragrance of teas, and even you can classify them also, that which tea it is actually. So here the different model was there, because the creating an impulse is basically creating the model parameters or setting up the model architecture. So it gives you all the options. So I didn't do anything. I just uploaded the data and finally did the classification. And I was able to, so here is the way where you can, change the layer, like dense layer 14 neurons. You click on that, you will be able to write the code, change the parameters, change the number of training cycle, learning rate, validation data site, dropout rate. Everything is in our hand. It is not like Age Impulse is not allowing us to, change anything, but you have a full right to do that. So you get the confusion matrix and everything. Even you can see the picture of classification in terms of a 3D format, that how the data is being classified. So I got around 64% of accuracy. And the last stage, that on which particular target you want to deploy your model. So Age Impulse gives you an option that, okay, you want to do it for TinyML. So you want to load it on Arduino environment. Do you have an NVIDIA Jetson Nano? And you want to deploy it on the NVIDIA Jetson Nano. So this is the board for, okay. So that particular device, my TinyML DF robot actually told me something that I don't understand what you're speaking right now, because it has been programmed like that. I think many of you might have used this one, but let me show you again. Stop sharing. So this is the best NVIDIA Jetson Nano hardware kit. It has a GPU actually. So when we were talking about this Arduino, they don't have any CPU even, but this has a capability of running a GPU, kind of a GPU also, and even it comes with a camera. So you can see a very big heat sink, all the ports like Ethernet, HDMI, C type, and all of them. And this comes with a camera also. So even you can make a computer vision problem, set up a computer vision problem on this one. And NVIDIA runs this sort of university program. So if some of the faculties are interested in getting this sort of kits, because I have received it for 2-3 times, and whenever they sent it, they sent 10 kits altogether. So I think the price of this kit is right now 10,000 or more than that. So you can use it for academic purpose. And if you even submit a good project, or a student submits a very good project to NVIDIA, they give some prize in terms of such kits. So you can try for your students. Again, back. So you can decide for Arduino, you want to create the model or deploy that particular library, or maybe you want to use NVIDIA or any other platform. So that is the option you get. Okay, so while testing, because see the limitation for human, we can smell anything without any sort of, confined environment also. But when it comes to sensors, it is an open area. If you put a coffee cup, it cannot smell from anywhere, because this is not that sort of intelligent in terms of sensitive to identify the VOC. So I put a kind of a powder or a tea into a coffee into a small plastic bag, and put my sensor inside that, and it shows me 97% accuracy that it is coffee. Yeah, when there is no smell, again, with similar to the mosquitoes problem, that when there is no mosquito sound, there should be something. So that is what we call as a background sound or a background noise. So here there is no smell, means an ambient smell in the room, whatever is normally when there is no smell. So we call it as a background, and that is also very, very important. Here also we need to do classification for, say, tea, coffee, and background. Background means just collect the data of VOC without any substance nearby. So whenever you are testing with different sort of things, it shows that coffee one means 100%. So the classification accuracies are being displayed here. And if you want to learn more about this one, you can refer Benjamin Kobe's artificial nose project, and you can even do it for other fragrances, other smell, even on Age Impulse platform. The complete setup with Benjamin Kobe, or maybe someone else from uh, Age Impulse also, they have uploaded a project for various spirits, and you can even use the same data set if you don't have any device right now, and if you want to use it, you can do that too. Okay. So in the market, like there are a number of devices available, hardware available for AI projects which you can do. So if you want to create a completely autonomous vehicle like Tesla car, the same Jetson Nano, maybe 2 GB or 4 GB kits available right now. Or maybe you can buy a Jetson AI kit for, which is known as a JetBot. Yeah, this is what is there on the screen. SparkFun JetBot AI kit or NVIDIA JetBot kit. It comes with a complete ready-made example that you need to take some video footages by playing your car in the room somewhere and just record the footages, like how Tesla did that, how Zook's car did that for their own video footages. So once you take those video footages, it means that you are collecting the training data. Say, for example, you are playing or running this car in your home, and there is a obstacle, there is a table, or maybe you put a sign like stop, left turn, right turn, etc. And then you do those activities with the remote control. It will record all the footages of those because it comes with a camera. And now once you train the model, it will be trained like anything that, even you put it on the road. If it finds a stop sign, it will stop. If there is an obstacle, it will even stop over there. So more the data you have, more the accuracy you have, in terms of more the variety you have, more the accuracy you have. So this is a very interesting project which students can make that for making an autonomous vehicle. So say, for example, your campus, you want to devise a kind of an AI vehicle just to send some files to one department to another department, but using it will identify everything if the students are there. And you might have observed such devices on the airports also, like automatic cleaning machines. You be in front of that, it will stop, and maybe after that it will take turn, etc. So this is similar to this sort of projects. Raspberry Pi is a very popular one. Even you can run all the models, everything on that, because it comes with a memory card and you need to upload the Raspbian Pi. It's a kind of a Linux-based operating system for Raspberry Pi, and even you can have a camera with that. So you can identify anything out of this one. So maybe a few years ago, we had a interesting project for the students. What we did, we collected students' pictures in the class. So there we took 20 students. We only took picture of their face, but in a different angle, direction, orientation, light condition, etc. So for one student, 20 pictures were collected, and we give the name to that particular folder for that particular student with the enrollment number of the student. So for those 20 students, we had 20 folders, each having name of the enrollment number of that student. Now we did a classification problem, identifying the enrollment number when the student comes in front of the camera. But what we did, we actually integrate that particular enrollment number identification with the university's website, and we fetch the result from the university's website. So we actually deployed that camera in the washroom behind the mirror. So whenever a student comes and see his face in the washroom, and it will speak out the result and the backlogs and whatnot. So it was even displayed on the mirror at that time. So it's a kind of a creativity, how you can do a machine learning project or a classification problem or a computer vision problem, but a kind of an integrating with some sort of real life examples. Even you can put that particular camera into a wearable glass, and when a supervisor or an invigilator is moving in the classroom, he usually checks the student's receipt of the exam, or maybe where the student is basically a enrolled student or not, or maybe if there is no dummy student in the classroom. But instead of checking those things, you just look at the face of the student, and in the headphones it will tell you that the student name is this one, and he is the actual student sitting and giving the exam in the classroom. So maybe you can do that with the students. These are other devices like Arduino is already covered. Yes, this is an interesting one for even high school students. Go to Amazon and just search for this Google AIY kits. It's a vision kit as well as voice kit. So you can make your own Amazon Alexa at your home using this voice kit, or maybe you can do a classification problem. The vision kit gives you an option to do the computer vision related problems. It comes with all sort of examples, all sort of code and everything. You just need to modify, create your own, and they are in a very nice box, so you can put it somewhere in your home and it works well. Even the very good GitHub repository is provided for the Google AIY kits, and these are not very costly kits. So just to start with some interesting projects, that's a good idea. If you're a little bit pro and you want a more power for, training on, because you cannot train the data on Raspberry Pi, you cannot train the data on Arduino. For that, you need to go to Google Colab. But if you want to do something on the board itself, the Google Coral kind of an accelerator, it's basically a TPU kind of a thing, which can train the data also on your board itself. So that's a good idea. It's a development board for training the data and even the power of the Raspberry Pi with that. And if you go to sparkfun.com, you will be able to find number of tiny hardwares with camera, with display, and other things also. Even these days, I've seen that people have made a kind of a pocket chat GPT. You just ask some question, it will give you the answer on the screen itself. And they have deployed Gemini. Even you can change from Gemini to Llama and other models also, which are open source and can be used. So this is the board which you can use even for making a handy chat GPT board. You just ask something and it will give you the answer. So it comes with microphone, display, and loudspeaker. So you will see the same example that there is a camera. It can identify the coffee mug if you show something in terms of object detections. And these are the things which we already covered for the Arduino. So this Arduino Nano 33 board comes with a color sensor, brightness sensor, proximity sensor, gesture sensor, digital microphone, motion, vibration, orientation. It means that accelerometer and gyroscope, temperature, humidity, pressure, and all of them are on the same board. Okay. So these are the things which I wanted to show. And after that, okay. I think most of you would be aware about the Google Teachable Machine, and if it is the case, then it's fine. But I would definitely suggest you to learn the Google Teachable Machine and show this power of AI, how you can create an AI problem and solve any of the problem and create a model within a fraction of a second in terms of a kind of a no-code solution from the Google Teachable Machine platform. So let me show you that too, because I just wanted to see that, okay, if everybody knows about that. Because these sort of examples create a curiosity among the student that, directly teaching the mathematics to the student about, foundation of machine learning, mathematical algebra, and all of them, statistics. And then you come to the final thing, write a code. Instead of that, start with some sort of real world example and then see that how you can make it. So from application to code, I always take it in a reverse order. I mean to say, I don't start with that one, but I will show something in the beginning and then see how we can do this. Not able to do this. Okay, so on my screen, I have opened the Google Teachable Machine. It's an online cloud platform by Google, which allows directly you to, make a complete problem, solve something based on the data, what you want to use. So let us get started. It gives you three different options. One is the image project, that's a CV computer vision problem. Another one is audio, like you can identify a person through voice, you can identify the language a person is speaking, or maybe a pose of a person, pose detection like yoga and everything. So maybe, for example, you want to show the classification problem that how you can identify a person wearing a mask or not. So just click on this one, go to the standard image model. I won't be able to show this because my camera is on and I won't be able to use both the cameras together. So let me see first if I can do, or maybe I will switch off the camera from the Zoom meeting. Okay, let me stop that. Okay, so now let me give a name to this particular thing as no mask. And here I will give a name called mask. I don't have a chip right now. Let me show you something else than that. Okay, let us identify mobile and mouse. So I want to do a classification for showing a mobile phone, whether I'm showing a mobile phone or a mouse to the camera. So I need to just collect the data, because whenever we do a ML problem, we collect the data, or maybe either we have a ready-made data, we simply upload that. So what I will do, I will hold to record and because I'm in the Zoom meeting, I'm not able to use my camera. So I won't be able to show this one. Let's open. So the data which I'm collecting right now is for the mobile phone. So what I will do, I will hold this phone and take some 20-30 pictures. So I will have to change the phone because I need more variety in the data. So everywhere in the screen, you can see that I have collected 128 pictures right now for mobile phone. Now I will collect the data for mouse. Say, for example, this mouse in my hand. So what I will do is I will show the mouse somewhere and maybe. So almost similar to 128, because we need a balanced data. If I collect 100 data for mouse and only 10 pictures for mobile phone, it's not a balanced data. So almost they are equal. For mobile phone, I have 128 images. For mouse, I have 131 images. No problem in that. Now, consider that we are not a programmer. We don't know how to write the model and create a model architecture. So we simply click on the train model, but you can see the parameters and everything here into the advanced option. But right now it is sending all the pictures from my computer, which has been taken in the cache memory of the browser, is sent to the Google Cloud server. It is being trained in the Google Cloud server right now. And within few seconds, it will start showing me the actual model. So it took just 3-4 seconds to show that. And let me keep the big screen. Okay, so right now, what is the problem? I didn't collect the data for no object. I should add actually the third class here as no data, but right now it shows mobile. If I show this one now, see, it shows 100% accuracy. So for a variation in the image or the one, it shows me that it is identifying the mobile phone correctly. Now, if I show this one, see, for mouse, almost 100% because it is a little bit different in color as compared to the phone. So accurate, perfectly accurate. But now the question is, if I take this laptop to another room, if I remove my blazer and remove my glasses and everything, there is a chance of change in the accuracy of the model to identify. So it means that whenever we are creating the data set, whenever we are recording and doing all those things, we need to take care that we should have more variety in the data, or maybe I should give it to some another person. So right now these 120 images has been taken by me only. I should call another person, take another 128 images. Maybe I go to some another environment, more lighted or maybe dark, and then again collect them, then it would give me more perfect accuracy for everything. So while training, if you can see here, you can see epoch, batch size, and all these hyperparameters or the model architecture parameters, which you can change and again change the accuracy. And even you can export this model. So it gives you an option that you want to write a JavaScript, for example. Let's say, for example, on your university website, you want to identify the students' kind of identity just to log in. So students will be able to students should be identified through the web camera through this sort of interface. So you might have the data for all the students. So whenever a student just opens the laptop, turns on camera, browser will access that camera and it will identify that, okay, you are a university student. So similar project can be deployed over that. So you can even download the model into your computer. You can use p5.javascript also, a normal JavaScript also. Even there is an option of TensorFlow. So for Keras, save model, download my model. If you want to write a mobile application, it gives you an option for completely creating a mobile application for that. Even OpenCV, Keras, and every code is being generated. The model architecture, the picture size, the resolution, even you change the code and it will work for your various sort of platforms in which you want to write this one. So this is just for a beginner. Maybe it's not for engineering students mainly, but it is good to start with. And another option here is that you go back to the home page, go to the new project. There is an audio project. So now instead of pictures, you will have to create the classes for, say, maybe if I ask maybe like my name, then I add another class for another person. Similarly, you do it for, or maybe you can write some different languages, say Hindi, Gujarati, etc. But have you noticed here that we need to collect the data for background noise also? Because similarly in the artificial noise also, we had a background. In case of mosquito also, we had a background noise. So you need to simply record wherever you are a background noise. So it won't falsely identify into a wrong category, because when there is no sound, it will not be able to, detect that. That is the same process, same thing, everything is same for this one also. Now another project is the PoseNet project. Here you want to identify, say for example, make an application for yoga poses, maybe hand raised or hands down, etc. So maybe you can keep it like hands raised, hands down, etc. So what you need to do, just start the camera, collect the data for that. So it identifies everything, my gesture, posture, etc. So if I stand up, I need to go a little further than this one. So it identify all the gestures, my hand movement and everything. So if I start recording for this different gesture, if I put my hands down, it actually creates a complete skeleton of my body. And based on that, I will be able to record this. It identify the nose tip, ear lobes, the eyes and everything, even though you come close, fast, far, etc. These models are ready-made available, but they have been deployed into this Google Teachable machine, and you need to just retrain them for your data and find out this one. I think I covered a number of things all together, but let me show you a very interesting example. See, the same problem, but now it comes to all the creativity what you can show to the public or maybe people in the way of, okay, so the same audio problem, audio classification problem, how it could be an innovative solution for a real world problem. Many of you might have experienced something, when you had your first child. So when the baby is like in infant stage, the only way of communication is crying. If the baby is hungry, baby will cry. If the baby is sleepy, baby will cry. If the baby is having itching or any of a discomfort, baby will cry. So the only only communication is basically to cry. So when we have the first child, we are never able to identify, but it takes some time. But the doctors know well that you go to a pediatrician, because my brother is a pediatrician. So I had discussed a lot many a times, and I said, many a times it happens that they are able to identify those things. So when we have the second child, we don't have to worry about, because we know that, it seems sleepy now and let's go home. Or maybe the baby is hungry, because we are now trained, we have been experienced. So recently, 2-3 years ago, we made a very interesting project, which I can show you, about identifying the reason of the baby cry. There is a LinkedIn post I posted few days ago, and I will show that directly from that. And it is deployed as a tiny ML model. And this is the device, if you can see here. Can you see my camera? Myself,
No,
I mean to say.
sir. No, sorry to interrupt. There's nothing
Okay,
on the
because
screen.
my camera is being shared in the Age Impulse, and I need to stop that. Okay. So this is a very small 3D printed box in which the same Arduino and display and everything. So if I turn this on, it shows, listening kind of a mode right now. It will record the sound for few seconds, but I will show you how it works. Share the screen. Posted a few days ago. I think it's buffering. So there were different videos also for different sort of YouTube videos which we had used, because even we tested with the real babies also, and it works well. And we only collected the data for different crying condition, like when the baby is hungry, how the crying pattern is all about. When the baby is sleepy, how the crying pattern is all about. And then we converted them to an wave file, and then finally classified them and deployed on this one and tested really. So you can make it for any sort of scenario. Say, for example, you may be a pet lover, so your dog is trying to communicate in the same way, because you are an owner, you know well. But how you can, transform that? If your dog is at your home, you are not at home, and if the dog is barking at the home, and your device will send you a message, just a notification on your, or an SMS, or maybe a text message, that this is the thing which your dog is trying to communicate right now at the home. So that is how you can take different scenarios. And if you are aware about the Google bird sounds dataset, you can identify any bird sound. Google bird sounds. It's a very huge dataset. It gives you an option of all the bird sound data in the world. So if I click on explore, if you can see that, like, almost 33,000 birds are there. You click anywhere, it is the sound which Google has recorded as a dataset. So maybe you want to classify between a crow and a sparrow, or maybe crow and a cuckoo, or a peacock. You just download these 4 data sets, and then you try to do classification and deploy somewhere. So when I started with this baby cry project, I actually did it for cuckoo only, that whenever there is a cuckoo somewhere in the nearby places, and if it is speaking or tweeting, I should say, chirping, you will get a notification, or will get the name on the display that, okay, it is found. If the crow is there, if the sparrow is there, it will display that. So it can be useful for a biodiversity project, that maybe we have like big jungles, and we put this sort of tiny hardware somewhere, it will give you a total, density concentration on a Google map that, okay, in this particular sanctuary, like in Mumbai, you have a Borivali National Park, you put this device over there. So how we can help the community? It will show everything on the Google map in terms of the clusters of specific birds somewhere located in the part of that national park, or when they are flying, they create different sound. When they are having mating season, they have a different sound. So if you explore another field, study some research areas, and then you will be able to integrate AI and ML into that, and that could be interesting. So I think we are reaching at 5, so let me stop here, and we'll have some questions for 2-3 minutes, and then I will stop.
Such an amazing session. I would like to comment on
Sorry,
something.
I changed the topic because,
No.
when professor from your college told me that, I thought it would be interesting, to at least show something, make people ignited, to think something different in terms of application point of view also.
Yes, sir. Actually, the example which you showed for the baby, it was like I have a small baby, 1-year-old girl, so I know, like, if I would have had that earlier, so it would have been so much helpful for me. Like, it's such a blessing thing for the new moms who are especially tired and they don't understand how the baby wants to communicate. So it's an amazing thing, sir.
How a idea came into my mind, because when we go to villages, like some farmers have, kettles at the home. And when a stranger enters to the home, the kettle, speaks
Yeah.
something which an owner can understand, that there is a stranger in the home, or maybe the cow's baby is hungry or something like that. So they have different voice patterns. And
Yeah.
when it comes to human also, that is the same thing. So
Yeah.
if you simply deploy that model into this sort of ESP32 based smartwatches, and if your baby is crying, you just need to look at your watch. Okay, baby is hungry.
Yes, it's so much helpful. I can see so much comments. The people want that you should have like an entire FDP on this topic, what you have taken today. So it's like amazing
See,
shit.
this was just a kind of, I didn't show you any coding and everything, but
Yeah.
we can do that also.
Yes,
Usually
sir.
I take 5-6 hours of master class, and I start from the step 1, and I can make that in the classroom, and students will also be able to do that. And I have lots of kids also. So I give that to students, and at the end of the day, they will come out with some interesting ideas and
I
solutions.
think we should have that session, sir. Very soon we should. It's an amazing session, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering such an enlightening and inspiring session on tiny machine learnings. We are especially grateful for the way you connected the complex theoretical concepts with hands-on demonstration, making the session not only informative, but also highly interactive and engaging. The variety of practical visuals showcases you shared, from running models on resource-constrained devices to demonstrating the potential of the Riligo watch, integrating teachable machine with Google tools, and exhibiting real-time inferences on edge AI boards like the ones from NVIDIA, left the participants truly fascinated. These live demonstrations offered a rare glimpse into how AI can seamlessly blend into everyday wearable technology. So, on behalf of the organizers and the participants, we sincerely thank you for taking out your valuable time to enrich us with your expertise, passion, and innovative spirit, sir. Thank you once again, sir. It was just an exceptional, insightful, and impactful session, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much to all of you. Have a great evening and enjoy.
Thank you,
Any
sir.
question? I can see some questions. Let me answer those.
Yes, sir, please.
So one says, car like Tesla, TinyML is used. So basically, there are no laptops, there are no computers, all are boards. And I've seen the complete Tesla cars model when I was in US. It's a very small board computer, maybe just 30 centimeter size, and it is the whole brain of the Tesla. So it is definitely a TinyML. And the another thing is, Tesla doesn't use only the cameras. They are using sensors also, but nowadays, sorry, Tesla uses only cameras, but other companies like Zoox and all of them uses LiDAR data also. So it's a fusion of different data, video, images, as well as LiDAR sensor data. So whenever you capture the data through LiDAR, I think if you have an Apple iPhone 13 or 15, it comes with a LiDAR sensor on the backside with the camera. So when you take a picture, it comes with RGB plus D. So it gives you a depth of the image also. If you take those data, like point cloud data from your Apple phone, and using Python library for point cloud data, you will be able to identify the distance of different person in the picture too. So that is all about a fusion of various sensor, RGB plus D. So similarly in the Tesla and other autonomous vehicle, there is a fusion of that data, and mostly it is tiny ML. But they are very powerful. It's not like on Arduino basis kind of a thing. Yeah, so like Raspberry Pi, but they have their own proprietary processor, chips, and everything, because they make everything in-house. They are not using any third-party chips or boards or anything. They have their own. And then how can multimodal real-time sensor data be effectively fused and modeled using advanced AI/ML? It is all about fusion of the data. Multimodal is all about like you just need to integrate different models. Maybe there is a model for normal sensor data. There is one for computer vision data. You fusion them, but based on the application. So when you try to embed everything all together into a very small chip, because as I told you in the beginning, these are all resource-hungry hardware, and they don't have much capability in terms of running the models altogether. Even you cannot train the data. You can simply run the inference of the model on these sort of small boards. So when you try to fusion or maybe try to address multi-model real-time data, it may be a little bit slower. Thanks for. Yes, I can give you my personal email ID. I gave you both. Enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So
Thank you all. Have a nice day. Nice weekend. Nice evening.
you
Bye-bye.
too, sir. You too. Bye, sir. Moving on. After so many enriching and technical sessions, I think it is the perfect time for all of us to unwind, relax, and rejuvenate. So let us begin the last session of this wonderful FDP on meditation and yoga by none other than our distinguished speaker, Dr. Rajkumar Kolhe. And I would like to invite the coordinator of Computer Engineering Department, Professor Ramya Prabhakaran, to give the brief introduction about our speaker. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Manila. So it's my honor. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to introduce Dr. Rajkumar M. Kolhe, an eminent educationalist, social reformer, and visionary leader. Dr. Kolhe holds multiple degrees, including a PhD, Doctor of Literature, NET, B.Ed, MA in English Literature, Hindi Literature, and History, as well as an MBA. He's founder president of Jhanvi's Multi Foundation and has established several reputed institutions such as Vande Mataram Degree College, Jan Gan Man English Secondary School, Janagana Mana Vidya Mandir and Junior College, and JMF Institute of Paramedical Sciences. He is also Chief Managing Director of Collegians Educare Private Limited, where he has pioneered innovations like talking pens and talking books. Dr. Kolhe have published over 50 national and 15 international research paper, and his contributions extended far beyond academics into socio-culture, literary and spiritual field. He has written novels, articles and plays, delivered talks on Akshwani and Doordarshan, and organized national level conferences that brought together hundreds of NGOs for social transformation. His efforts have been recognized globally with prestigious honors such as Global Award for Excellence in England 2025, Global Leader Award Russia 2025, Best Trustee Award 2025, and Global World Record Award for organizing the replica of Mahakumbh Mela. He has also delivered a TEDx talk and received numerous awards, including Nelson Mandela World Peace Award, Indira Gandhi National Shiromani Award, and Global Education Leadership Award. Dr. Kolhe have been part of international delegations, including representing India at the Select USA Summit in Washington, D.C., His commitment to education, youth empowerment, leadership, and social service continue to inspire many and many. We truly privileged to have him with us today. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much. You can start with your session.
Good evening. Good evening to all of you.
Good evening.
Namaskar.
Good evening.
Welcome you all. This session is very much familiar to all of you, right from the morning to till bedtime. Yoga and meditation. I hope everybody will enjoy this session. मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि सभी इस सेशन को अपने जीवन के साथ जोड़ देंगे. आपने लगातार लास्ट 7 days you are in the FDP and this is the end of the session now, end of the FDP also. I welcome you all. This session is 99% practical and 1% theory, yoga and meditation. That's why until and unless your involvement is not there, the session will not be completed. I hope everybody will enjoy without any fear. Just you have to do the practice, little bit practice over here, so that in daily routine you can do it. कहते हैं ना कि जीवन में whatever you want to achieve, सबसे बड़ा तरीका वही होता है कि जो हम दूसरों को नशे देते हैं, हम उसके ऊपर काम करना शुरू कर दें. तो इससे ज्यादा बढ़िया बात नहीं हो सकती है. And until and unless you are not focusing on that particular chapter or that particular thing, जिस पर आप ध्यान देते हो और नहीं देते हो, मतलब देते हो तो वो चीज बढ़ जाती है, नहीं देते हो तो वो चीज नष्ट हो जाती है. चाहे वो आपका स्वास्थ्य हो, चाहे वो पैसा हो, चाहे संबंध हो, चाहे व्यापार हो, चाहे जो भी आप करते हो. That's why until and unless you are not focusing on that, तो especially we are today thinking about our mental and physical health together. तो हम बहुत आसान एक्सरसाइजेस जो योगा हम करते हैं, योग का मतलब ही होता है जोड़ना, अपने आप को जोड़ना, एक यूनिवर्स के साथ जोड़ना, मन और बुद्धि साथ में शरीर, उसका तालमेल रखना और अपने आप को 100% स्वस्थ रखना. You have to be energize yourself and you have to motivate. So first we start with some yoga sessions. My student is available here. He will perform the yogas in front of you, ताकि आपको थोड़ा प्रैक्टिकल भी दिखाई दे, क्योंकि दोनों चलेगा तो ज्यादा अच्छा लगेगा. You also start enjoying all these things. तो हम सभी थोड़ा सा एक लाइट मोड में, आप जहां भी बैठे हो या फिर खड़े हो, जो भी पॉसिबल है, you please have relax and do the things as far as possible. Until unless you are not doing practical, till then you will not be able to enjoy, till then you will not be able to energize yourself. तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि हम थोड़ा भस्त्रिका से शुरुआत करें. बहुत अच्छे सिंपल आसन है, हम ज्यादा कुछ कठिन से कठिन बात यहाँ नहीं करेंगे, ना करना चाहेंगे. तो आपको पता है कि हम जो ये दोनों मुट्ठी बांध के जब हम ऊपर नीचे करते हैं जस्ट फॉर 2-3 minutes, तो इससे क्या होगा कि हमारी बॉडी अपने आप चार्ज हो जाएगी. तो यू नो द इनहेल एंड एक्सेल, मतलब सांस लेना और सांस को बाहर छोड़ना. तो दैट पर्सन विल स्टार्ट. फर्स्ट विल स्टार्ट हियर. वी हैव टू जस्ट वी स्टार्ट विद भस्त्रिका. ये बहुत अच्छा हमारा योग की प्रक्रिया. तो हम स्टार्ट करते हैं, ये दोनों हाथ ऊपर करते हुए, इनहेल एक्सेल. Just you have to charge your body. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. क्या होता है, जितने हम ऑक्सीजन लेंगे उतनी हमारी बॉडी, उतना हमारा माइंड काम करना शुरू करेगा। देखिए, हमारे जितना हम इनहेल करें, एक्सेल करें, पूरे बॉडी के अंदर 1-2 मिनट के अंदर आपको लगेगा कि मेरी बॉडी जो दिन भर की थकान है वो निकल गई है। अभी हम दूसरे पोज में जाते हैं, जैसे कि ये जो हमारे दोनों हाथ है ऐसे बांध देते हैं और जैसे करते हैं ना, इनहेल, एक्सेल, एक्सेल, एक्सेल। जो फ्रोजन सोल्जर्स है, हमारे शोल्डर्स है, या फिर जो भी जकड़न है बॉडी के अंदर, वो पूरा आप रिलैक्स महसूस करेंगे। पूरी तरह से आप एक अनुभव करोगे कि आप यू आर इन कम्प्लीटली। नाउ दिस थर्ड वन, ये जो हमारे दोनों हाथ है मुट्ठी बांध के कर रहे हैं हम लोग, चेस्ट को एक्सपांड कर रहे हैं। आप अनुभव करेंगे कि 2-3 मिनट के अंदर आपकी पूरी चेस्ट, आपका पूरा हार्ट एकदम, जितना आप कहते हैं ना कि लिमिट से जब आप ज्यादा करते हैं तो वहीं से हमारी शुरुआत हो जाती है आगे बढ़ने की। यदि हमने सोचा कि नहीं जितना हम कर सके उतना ही करें, लेकिन मैं कहता हूँ कि जो उतना कर सकते थोड़ा सा उससे आगे बढ़ते हैं तो ज्यादा अच्छा अनुभव आ सकता है। तो बेटर है कि हम इस बात को समझें। मुझे उम्मीद है कि अभी आपका थोड़ा सा उत्साहवर्धक आप सभी महसूस कर रहे होंगे। इज इट राइट? फीलिंग बेटर, एनर्जाइज राइट फ्रॉम द मॉर्निंग यू आर ऑन द सेशंस। तो थोड़ा सा आप अनुभव कर रहे हैं। अभी हम ये भी देखते हैं कि हम बहुत सारी बातें देखेंगे यहाँ पे, थोड़ा 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 थोड़ा। इज नॉट पॉसिबल टू कंप्लीट द थिंग्स ओवर हियर, बट जैसे हमको सबको पता है कि हम सूर्य नमस्कार करते हैं। सूर्य नमस्कार के जो 12 पोजीशन है बहुत सिंपल है। थोड़ा पहले करते समय कभी भी दर्द तो होता ही है, फर्स्ट टाइम वॉट एवर यू स्टार्ट और वेन एवर यू स्टार्ट और वेर एवर यू स्टार्ट यू गेट पेन। लेकिन कहते हैं ना कि डर के आगे जीत है। तो पेन का मतलब ही है कि उसके बाद आपको बहुत अच्छा रिलीफ मिलने वाला है। अनटिल नॉट गेटिंग पेन, नो पेन नो गेन, तो नेचुरल है। थोड़ा सा बॉडी को पेन देना भी बहुत जरूरी है। हम चाहेंगे कि सारा हम उसको कंफर्ट जोन में रखेंगे, तो बाद में आफ्टर सर्टेन ईयर्स we will be in the discomfort zone and nobody will be helping us out. We all of us know very well what Steve Jobs said at the last moment of his life, कि उनके पास सब कुछ था, सब कुछ है, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ कि मेरे बेड पर कोई सोने वाला मुझे व्यक्ति मिल जाए और मैं फ्री हो जाऊं। दैट इज नॉट पॉसिबल। तो हम चाहते हैं, हम बहुत कुछ करना चाहते हैं, तो बेटर है कि हम थोड़ा सा अपने आप को आज, ये जो भी टिप्स हम देख रहे हैं, कोई नई बातें नहीं है, बहुत पुरानी बात है और हम शुरू से करते भी आ रहे हैं, लेकिन थोड़ा हम इसको आज से और एक प्रतिज्ञा करके शुरू करेंगे, ताकि एफडीपी का एक प्रकार का एक हम कहेंगे उपलब्धि हो समझेंगे। तो बेटर वी स्टार्ट विथ सूर्य नमस्कार। या ऑल द सूर्य नमस्कार, आपको सबको पता होगा कि हमारे 12 प्रकार के, जैसा पहला है प्रणाम आसन, जैसा कि हम प्रणाम करते हैं, आप देख सकते हैं इनको। प्रणाम आसन, हस्त उत्थानासन, हस्त उत्थानासन, धीरे धीरे जितना हो सके आप उतना कीजिए। हस्त पादासन, जहां तक आपके हाथ जा सकते वहीं तक करें, तो थोड़ा सा जितना बेंड हो सकते उतना करने की कोशिश करें। अश्व संचलनासन, दंडासन, अष्टांग नमस्कार, भुजंगासन, पर्वतासन, अश्व संचलनासन, हस्त पादासन, हस्त उत्थानासन एंड प्रणामासन। 3-4 लास्ट क्या पता है कि रिपीट ही होता है। तो ये थोड़ा सा अगर हम 5 बार फर्स्ट शुरुआत करें, 3 बार, देन द 5 टाइम्स, मैक्सिमम 10 टाइम्स, थोड़ा सा हम इसको भी हम अपने डेली रूटीन में डाल देते हैं 5 मिनट के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है बहुत कुछ हो सकता है। अभी हम कोशिश करेंगे, क्योंकि हम सभी चाहते तो है वो हमेशा फिट रहना, वी वांट टू बी फिट ऑलवेज। करना बहुत कम लोग चाहते हैं और फिट रहना चाहते हैं। तो मैंने पहले कहा कि 99% इज प्रैक्टिकल, 1% theory here. Otherwise, in the live paper, we find that more than 50% theory and 50% practical. But here, the paper is something different in life. 99% practicals are there and 1% theory. तो हम सोचते हैं कि थोड़ा सा हम देखिए, हम खड़े होके थोड़ा सा ताड़ासन देख लें एक बार। ताड़ासन से बहुत सारे फायदे हैं। अगर हम ताड़ासन को एक बार करके देखें तो देखिए, दोनों पैरों के ऊपर, पंजे के ऊपर अगर हम थोड़ा हाथ ऊपर करते हुए, तो सी दैट ताड़ासन, नॉर्मल सांस लेते रहे, ताड़ासन। उसके बाद है वृक्षासन, एक पैर, या वृक्षासन। इससे क्या होता है, पावर ऑफ कंसंट्रेशन विल इंक्रीज। जितना आप, यदि आप पॉसिबल नहीं है इन द स्टैंडिंग पोस्चर ओवर देयर, यू कैन टेक सम काइंड ऑफ हेल्प ओवर देयर, और दीवार का सहारा लेके या कुछ भी करते हुए कर सकते हैं। लेकिन ये जो करते हैं हम लोग, तो बहुत सारे फायदे हो सकते हैं। हम जब भी बैठते हैं, तो अधिकतर क्या है कि आजकल भारतीय बैठक खत्म हो गई। और भारतीय बैठक खत्म होने के कारण मैं चाहता हूं कि हम थोड़ा सा जब भी बैठे तो वज्रासन में बैठ जाते हैं, तो ज्यादा ही खुशी होगी, ज्यादा ही फायदा होना शुरू हो जाएगा। जिसको जिसमें जिसके अंदर पैर की तकलीफ हो या फिर कुछ कमर की तकलीफ हो, वो थोड़ा अवॉइड कर सकते हैं। बाकी लोग वज्रासन में अगर हम थोड़ा 10-30 सेकंड, उसके बाद 1 मिनट का भी शुरुआत कर लेते हैं, तो भोजन के पश्चात, ये पहला आसन है, एकमेव आसन है कि जो भोजन के बाद भी कर सकते हैं। बाकी आसन हम भोजन के बाद नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन ये आसन हम आसानी से कर सकते हैं। तो ये जो वज्रासन है, ये हमारी पाचन क्षमता को बहुत अच्छी तरह से बढ़ाता है। हमारा जो भी कुछ अंदर की जो प्रक्रिया है, उसके लिए बहुत अच्छी मदद कर सकता है। और एक बात, बहुत सिंपल आसन है सर्वांगासन। थोड़ा हम सर्वांगासन करके दिखाएं। लेट जाए, कोशिश करें दोनों पैर कमर से लेके उठा ले। सर्वांगासन के बहुत अच्छे बहुत सारे फायदे हैं। मैं आपको थोड़ा सा जो समझा रहा हूँ, बताने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, प्रैक्टिकली कर रहा हूँ ज्यादातर। ये सर्वांगासन है, जितना आप इसमें आप रह सकते हो, 30 सेकंड, 20 सेकंड, या मैक्सिमम 1 मिनट, 2 मिनट्स, उतना ब्रेन के लिए बहुत ज्यादा फायदेमंद आसन है। पूरे शरीर का भी विकास, शरीर के भी वृद्धि के लिए, शरीर के मजबूती के लिए, शरीर के स्वास्थ्य के लिए सर्वांगासन, मतलब सर्व आसनों का ये हम कहेंगे कि फाउंडेशन का है, ये है सर्वांगासन। और सर्वांगासन करने के पश्चात हम करते हैं शवासन, ताकि हम थोड़ा रिलैक्स महसूस करें। शवासन का मतलब सभी उसी में शव और आसन जैसे रिलैक्स, और उस शवासन के साथ साथ हम थोड़ा अपने आप को रिलैक्स करते, दोनों हाथों के पंजे ऊपर देख ऐसे रखें आसमान की तरफ, पैरों को, पूरे बॉडी को ढीला करते हुए, ढीला छोड़ते हुए, जस्ट हैव रिलैक्स फॉर 2 मिनट्स, 3 मिनट्स। आफ्टर डूइंग ऑल दिस एक्सरसाइजेस, ये 2-4 मिनट, 10 मिनट आपने जो दिए अपने आप को, तो ईश्वर का, खुदा का, भगवान का, जो भी आप जिसको मानते हो उसको शुक्रिया अदा करने के लिए 1-2 मिनट के लिए एक एक शवासन में हम प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं। तो जब हम ऐसा कुछ करते हैं तो होता क्या है कि हमारी सारी बॉडी जैसे रिलैक्स रिलैक्स, आई एम हेल्दी, आई एम हैप्पी, आई एम लकी, मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, मैं बहुत हेल्दी हूँ, मैं बहुत आनंदित हूँ, फील करें, मैं रिलैक्स हूँ, मेरे पूरे बॉडी के पार्ट्स बहुत ही रिलैक्स है। जब इस प्रकार से हम ये 2-4 आसन करते हुए शवासन की प्रक्रिया करते हैं तो हमें एक अलग प्रकार की अनुभूति, क्योंकि कहते हैं ना कि डोपामाइन जैसे स्राव हमारे ब्रेन के अंदर जो खुशी के हैप्पी हार्मोन जिसको बोलते हैं वो रिलीज होना शुरू हो जाता है। थोड़ा समय तो लगेगा लेकिन रिलीज होना शुरू हो जाता है, और जैसे वो रिलीज होना शुरू हो जाते हैं तो अपने आप आपके चेहरे के ऊपर स्माइल आ जाती है, अब खुशनुमा नजर आते हो। ये कोई कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, लेकिन जो कुछ करते हो उसी का ही परिणाम है। तो मैं चाहूंगा कि ये थोड़ा सा हम बैठ जाएं और देखिए कि हम हमारी बॉडी को जब हमने चार्ज कर लिया योगा करते हुए, तो थोड़ा साथ साथ में हम ये भी देखें थोड़ा चेयर की भी एक्सरसाइज करना शुरू, चेयर की एक्सरसाइज दिखा दे थोड़ा, पीपीटी शेयर करना। थोड़ा हम चेयर पे कभी, हमेशा हम लोग चेयर पे बैठ के काम करते हैं, तो हम चाहेंगे कि थोड़ा चेयर के पे बैठ के भी हम कुछ योगासन। मैं आपके साथ स्क्रीन शेयर कर रहा हूँ। इसके बाद ये तो आपने अभी डायरेक्ट आपको दिखाई दिया कैसे किस प्रकार ताड़ासन हो गया, सर्वांगासन हो गया, शवासन हो गया, ये हमारे सूर्य नमस्कार हो गए। ये जो हमारी सिटिंग पोस्चर है इसका थोड़ा हम बस बैठे बैठे ऐसे भी पैर कर सकते हो, थोड़ा रिलैक्स। जितना आप इस प्रकार से पैर हिलाते रहोगे 2 मिनट के लिए, 3 मिनट के लिए, तो थोड़ा बॉडी के लिए, बॉडी पोस्चर जो है लोअर बॉडी पोस्चर अपने आप एनर्जाइज होना शुरू हो जाएगा। अभी हम चेयर पे बैठे हैं, लैपटॉप पे काम कर रहे हैं, अगर चेयर रोलिंग चेयर है तो नेचुरल है, उसको भी थोड़ा घुमाते हुए भी हम अनुभव कर सकते हैं, दोनों हाथ टेबल पे रखते हुए, तो बॉडी का पोस्चर अपने आप ही ट्विस्ट हो जाएगा और आप एक अलग प्रकार की एनर्जी का अनुभव करना शुरू कर दोगे। ये भी कुछ पोस्चर है जो कुछ दिखाया आपको, वो करके भी दिखा रहे हैं, जैसे कि ओवरहेड चेस्ट, वॉल स्ट्रेच, ब्रीदिंग करते हुए नीचे करते हुए थोड़ा 2-3 बार 3-4 बार करे तो ज्यादा ही एक अलग प्रकार का अनुभव होगा। दोनों हाथ ऐसा ऊपर करते हुए बाद में स्ट्रेट नीचे लेके आए, दोनों हाथ ऊपर करते हुए चेयर पे बैठे हो आप और कर रहे हो, वैसे आपके हील टो के रेज करना, बैठे बैठे पैर के टोज को हम क्या कर रहे हैं, रेज कर रहे हैं, कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं, बस बैठे बैठे कर रहे हैं। और एक बहुत अच्छी एक्सरसाइज है जो हम बैठे बैठे कर सकते हैं, जैसे कि ये जो दोनों पैर का ऐसा नीचे ऊपर हील को है इस प्रकार से दिखाओ उसको, और नीचे ऊपर, हाँ बस राइट, जितना आप कर सकते हो उतना कंटिन्यू करें। यदि आप एक मैक्सिमम अगर 100 काउंट कर सकते हो तो यार दैट मीन्स यू आर कंप्लीटली हेल्दी पर्सन, योर बॉडी इज मैक्सिमम 90% फिट। 1 मिनट तक 100 काउंट तक आप कर सकते हो नीचे ऊपर कर पैरों का। तो ये क्या है, छोटी छोटी बातें हैं और बहुत कुछ हमें हेल्दी रख सकती है, हमारे स्वास्थ्य को संपूर्णता की ओर लेके जा सकती है। ये हमारी सिटिंग एक्सरसाइज हो गई है। हम देखते हैं कि अभी बाद में थोड़ा प्राणायाम की तरफ भी जाते हैं। प्राणायाम हमारे जीवन का बहुत अभिन्न अंग है। मैं चाहूंगा कि हम सभी कम से कम अपने लिए 5 मिनट तो निकालें, और जितना हम अपने आप को समय देते हैं उतना ही समय, कहते हैं ना कि जो अपने आप से प्यार करता है, खुद से प्यार करता है, वही दूसरे से प्यार कर सकता है। तो खुद से प्यार करने का मतलब ये है अपने शरीर को संभाले रखना, वो उसको किसी की जरूरत ना पड़े, बस इतना संभाले रखना कि उसको किसी की जरूरत ना पड़े। इतना ही कर लिया तो काफी है। जैसे हम नाड़ी शोधन जो प्राणायाम जिसको लोम विलोम कहते हैं, सिंपल है। ये जो उंगलियां है उसको हम एक इससे भी कर सकते हैं, जैसा आपको कंफर्टेबल आप फील करते हो। जैसे कि अपने अपने लेफ्ट नोस्ट्रिल से लिया पहले, उसको बंद किया, बाद में राइट से उसको छोड़ा, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 होल्ड किया। हम एक बार शुरू करते हैं, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, 4 होल्ड करते हैं, 1 2 3 4, देन 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1। अभी जिस नासिका से पहले लिया था उसको अभी क्या करना है, उसको बंद करके दूसरे से लेना है। इनहेल, होल्ड, एक्सेल, इनहेल, होल्ड, एक्सेल। तो इनहेल, होल्ड, एक्सेल, इनहेल, होल्ड, एक्सेल, इनहेल, होल्ड, एक्सेल। अब ये दीर्घ प्राणायाम है, लंबी सांस लें, जितना ले सकते उतने ले और धीरे धीरे उसको छोड़े। इनहेल, स्लो मोशन में उसको एक्सेल करें, ताकि मस्तिष्क के अंदर, पूरे ब्रेन के अंदर जितने भी न्यूरॉन्स हैं पूरी तरह से वो चार्ज हो जाए। क्योंकि दिन भर हम जो भी ऑक्सीजन लेते हैं, दैट इज नॉट इनफ, दैट इज नॉट सफिशिएंट फॉर अवर ब्रेन। इसलिए थोड़ा अगर 2 मिनट के लिए दीर्घ प्राणायाम करते हैं तो हमारा पूरा ब्रेन, अभी एआई का जमाना है, वहां भी न्यूरॉन्स का ही काम चल रहा है, वहीं से ब्रेन से वहां उनको आइडिया मिली है। तो ये जो हमारा रियल ब्रेन हमारे पास है वो तो आर्टिफिशियल है, तो ये जो रियल ब्रेन हमारे पास है जिसका हम खाली 10% ही इस्तेमाल कर पा रहे हैं, तो क्यों ना हम उसको, इसकी शक्ति को और बढ़ाए। इसलिए जितना हम ये दीर्घ प्राणायाम करें उतने सारे हमारे न्यूरॉन्स हैं अपने आप ही चार्ज होना शुरू हो जाएंगे, जैसे कि बैटरी को चार्ज करना बहुत जरूरी है। इनहेल और धीरे धीरे सांस को छोड़े। इनहेल, एक्सेल। अभी कपालभाति, कपालभाति जब हम करते हैं तो प्रॉपर, जब भी हम बैठते हैं तो थोड़ा प्रॉपर पोस्चर में बैठे। और कपालभाति का बहुत सिंपल है, हम इनहेल और एक्सेल करते हैं तो थोड़ा इनहेल भी जोर से और एक्सेल बाद में कंटिन्यू करते रहे। इनहेल जोर से करते हुए जोर से सांस भरे और बाद में सांस छोड़ते रहे जब तक वो सांस पूरी खाली नहीं होती है। इनहेल, ये पूरा हमारा स्कल प्यूरिफिकेशन के लिए बहुत जरूरी प्राणायाम का एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा है कपालभाति। कोई भी धर्मों का हो, कोई भी जात का हो, सभी को शरीर एक जैसा ही है, उसको स्वस्थ रखना हमारा परम कर्तव्य है। That's why we have to take care by doing Kapalabhati pranayam, and that on regular basis for 1 or 2 minutes Kapalabhati इनहेल और एक्सेल करते हुए हम देख सकते हैं फील होता है पूरे पेट के अंदर, जो हमारा पेट का पोर्शन है, स्टमक का पोर्शन है, वो पूरी तरह से फील करता है कि पूरी तरह से बॉडी चार्ज हो रही है, पूरा मस्तिष्क चार्ज हो रहा है। कपालभाति, यह है शीतली प्राणायाम। शीतली प्राणायाम जैसे कि खास गर्मी के मौसम में जब हम चाहते कि हमारी बॉडी को कूलिंग ब्रेथ दे, तो किस प्रकार से दांतों के द्वारा अंदर हवा ले, टीथ से अंदर हवा लेना है, पूरी बॉडी। ये नेचुरल कूलिंग है, नेचुरल एसी है, बॉडी के लिए एसी है, अंदर की बॉडी के लिए एसी है, जो प्रकृति ने हमें बहुत अच्छी तरह से गिफ्ट की हुई। कुछ नहीं, दो 1 मिनट के लिए शीतली प्राणायाम, कूलिंग ब्रेथ। सांस टीथ से ले और बाद में नासिका से छोड़े। आप अनुभव करोगे कि पूरी बॉडी में, गर्मी के मौसम में आपकी बॉडी एकदम ठंडी हो रही है, बहुत अच्छा आप अनुभव कर रहे हो। रेगिस्तान में समझिए कि आप हिमालय की अनुभूति कर रहे हो शीतली प्राणायाम के बाद। और ये सबसे बड़ा है भ्रमरी प्राणायाम, जो हमारे मस्तिष्क को, जब भी हम कोई टेंशन में है, स्ट्रेस है, हमारा स्ट्रेस बिल्कुल नहीं जा रहा, तो ये 2 मिनट के लिए एक 5-7, 5 to 7 टाइम्स अगर हम भ्रमरी करते हैं तो बहुत ही आप ऐसा अनुभव करोगे कि पूरा मस्तिष्क बहुत खुशी से नाच रहा है। आपके अंदर की जो स्ट्रेस लेवल है अपने आप कम हो गई है। करना कुछ नहीं है, जो जो आपके आंखें हैं वो उसके ऊपर ये दोनों 2 उंगलियां 3 उंगलियां रख सकते हो। और ये जो कान के दोनों साइड के जो पार्ट है उसको जस्ट पुश करना है, अपने आप कान बंद हो जाएंगे। कान के ऊपर भी ऐसा दबाने की जरूरत नहीं, अपने आप कान बंद करने के, जैसे कि झड़प कहेंगे हाँ के। और जैसे कि बी कहते हैं ना, जैसे कि भ्रमरी जिस प्रकार से अपना भूंगा जिस प्रकार से आवाज निकालता है, उसी प्रकार से भ्रमण पूरे मस्तिष्क में करना है। और यदि हम 5 बार कर पाते हैं यहीं पर, मेरे साथ जितने भी जुड़े लोग हैं वो सभी करते हैं, तो बहुत अच्छी खुशी होगी, आप भी अनुभव करोगे। हम्म, अभी वो अंदर ही अंदर वो जो आवाज है उसको चलने दीजिए। अब महसूस करो, अनुभव करो कि वो जो भ्रमरी का आवाज है पूरे मस्तिष्क में आपको जागरूक कर रहा है। यू आर गोइंग टू अवेक योरसेल्फ। बहुत अच्छा फील कर रहा है, चेहरे पे आपकी खुशी है, चेहरे पे आपका स्माइल है। और धीरे धीरे आप आंखें खोलिए। आप एक अलग अनुभूति करोगे कि ये जो भ्रमरी प्राणायाम है हम एक अलग लेवल पे लेके जा रहे हैं, हमारे मस्तिष्क को बहुत शांत कर रहे हैं। अभी हम साथ में ये भी देखेंगे कि हमारे, आप देखिए जो भी हमारी बॉडी है, ये साइंटिफिकली प्रूव हुआ है कि हमारी बॉडी के अंदर 7 चक्रास है, 7 चक्रास आर देयर। 7 चक्रा के 7 कलर है, और हर चक्रा अपने आप में संपूर्ण है। जो भी कहते हैं ना कि कोई भी चक्र का थोड़ा भी डिसबैलेंस हो गया तो वह बीमारी वहां आ जाती है। तो ये जो चक्र है हमारे, इसको हमें बैलेंस कैसे करें। मैंने पहले ही कहा कि जिस चीज पे आप ध्यान दोगे वो चीज अपने आप जागरूक होना शुरू हो जाएगी। जैसे हम पैसे के ऊपर ध्यान दे रहे तो पैसा आपके पास आ रहा है, स्वास्थ्य के ऊपर ध्यान दे रहे तो स्वास्थ्य आपके पास आ रहा है। जो चीज आप चाहते हो, यूनिवर्स इज हैविंग अबंडेंस, वहां कोई कमी नहीं है, उसके पास बहुत कुछ है। हमारी झोली छोटी है और इस झोली को हमें बड़ी करनी है। तो क्यों ना हमारे अंदर जो प्रकृति ने, जो प्रकृति के जो 5 तत्व बाहर है वही हमारी प्रकृति के अंदर है, वही हमारे बॉडी के अंदर है, वही हमारे हाथ के अंदर है। तो पहले हम इस बात को समझ लेते हैं कि ये जो हमारी 5 उंगलियां हैं, 5 उंगलियों में हमें क्या अनुभूति कराते हैं। ये जो आपकी 5 उंगली लेफ्ट और 5 उंगलियां राइट, ये जो आपका मिडिल फिंगर है, सबसे बड़ी मिडिल फिंगर ही होती है। ये जो हमारी मिडिल फिंगर है, ये हमारा, ये आकाश तत्व है। सिंपल है, थोड़ा ध्यान रखने के लिए, इसलिए मैं थोड़ा सा आपको प्रैक्टिकली बता रहा हूँ। ये जो हमारी मिडिल फिंगर है हमारा आकाश तत्व, 5 तत्व है, आकाश है। बस उसी के बाजू की जो रिंग फिंगर है ये अर्थ तत्व है, अर्थ एलिमेंट है। और उसके बाजू में वाली उंगली जो लिटिल फिंगर है ये वाटर एलिमेंट है। सिंपल है, अर्थ के पास ही वाटर है, ये स्काई है। बाद में ये जो उंगली मैं दिखा रहा हूं आपको, रिंग फिंगर, ये कौन सा तत्व है, पृथ्वी है, अर्थ है, और ये वाटर मतलब जल है। ये तीनों का तो 3 तत्व हमारे पास अभी उसके जस्ट स्पेस के पास जो है वह एयर है, ये जो उंगली है ये एयर का प्रतीक है, और ये जो हमारा अंगूठा है, थंब है, ये फायर है। इसलिए जब भी हम कहीं कभी बैठते थे कि यहाँ भी मुद्रा में लगे हुए एयर और फायर, हम ये नहीं कर सकते फायर और वाटर, तो अग्नि बुझ जाएगी। अग्नि के ऊपर अगर पानी डालोगे तो अग्नि बुझ जाएगी। तो इस मुद्रा में हम नहीं बैठते। जब भी हम बैठते तो इसी मुद्रा में बैठते। ये जो मुद्रा इसी में बैठते, यहाँ भी दिखा है उसी मुद्रा में। तो एक सिंपल वे में हमने सोचने का, थोड़ा सा समझने का प्रयास किया कि हमारे शरीर के अंदर ये 500 तत्व मौजूद है। एक बार और रिपीट कर दें, ये जो मिडल फिंगर है ये क्या है, स्पेस है, आकाश है। उसके बाजू वाली जो है रिंग फिंगर जिसको हम कहते हैं, ये क्या है, अर्थ है। और उसके बाजू वाली उंगली है, ये है वाटर, जल। जल, अर्थ और स्पेस। स्पेस के बाजू में एयर, हवा, और उसके बाजू में मतलब हमारा सबसे बड़ा अंगुष्ठा जो है, थंब है, ये फायर। तो जब भी हम प्राणायाम करने बैठते हैं, जब भी हम ध्यान करने बैठते हैं, तो इस प्रकार से हम मुद्रा को लगाते हैं। यदि हमें इसका ज्ञान हो जाए तो क्या होगा, बहुत कुछ फायदे हो सकते हैं। इसको आप थोड़ा सा और गूगल कर लोगे और बहुत कुछ जानने की कोशिश करोगे। अभी 1-1.5 घंटे के अंदर तो ये सारी बातें जानना मुश्किल है। तो मैं चाहूंगा कि थोड़ा थोड़ा हम ज्ञान सभी का लेने की कोशिश करें, ताकि हम ध्यान में बैठे तो उसको हम जागरूक करें, उसको हम उसके ऊपर ध्यान करें तो नेचुरल है वो अवेक हो जाएगा। तो जैसे कि हमारे पास 7 चक्र है, राइट फ्रॉम द मूलाधार से लेकर सहस्रार से। ये जो आपके पास मैंने स्क्रीन शेयर की है, मूलाधार चक्र। ये मूलाधार चक्र जो है ये हमें क्या दिखाता है, जिसको हम रूट चक्र बोलते हैं। बेसिक रूट चक्र जो बेसिक है वह हमें मूलाधार, वो कहता है कि आई एम ए पार्ट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड। फाउंडेशन है, बेसिक है। आई एम एट पीस विद द पीपल, विद द थिंग्स अराउंड मी। हम अगर ये सोचते हैं मूलाधार के ऊपर ध्यान करते हुए कि आई एम एट पीस विद द पीपल एंड विद द थिंग्स अराउंड मी, मेरे साथ, मैं जिनके साथ रहता हूँ, जो चीजों को इस्तेमाल करता हूँ, मैं सबसे खुश हूँ। मूलाधार चक्र, जिसका कलर रेड है, इसका कलर कौन सा है, रेड है। वो कहता है कि आई एम, शुरुआती वहां से होती, मूलाधार से। अगर हम थोड़ा कॉन्सेंट्रेट कर देखिए, जहां हम बैठे, जहां हमारी पोजीशन, बैठने की पोजीशन होती है, वहीं पे वहां दिखाया है मूलाधार चक्र। और उसको जागरूक करने का तरीका है लम। लम, लम करके अगर हम स्वर करते हैं लम, तो नेचुरल है। वहां पे वो जो प्रक्रिया होती है उसको जागरूक करने का वो तरीका है। ये मैं आपको योग और मेडिटेशन, तो किस प्रकार से लोग मेडिटेट हो सकते हैं, अपने अपने बॉडी को किस प्रकार से सारे चक्रों को हम जागरूक कर सकते हैं। दूसरा चक्र आता है स्वादिष्ठान। स्वादिष्ठान जस्ट हमारे नेवल के नीचे और मूलाधार से ऊपर स्वादिष्ठान चक्र है, इसका कलर ऑरेंज है। पहला कलर था रेड, इसका कलर है ऑरेंज। और ये क्या कहता है, आई फील, जो फीलिंग है ना आपकी, वो है आई एम। ये बोलता है आई फील, मैं यही से फील करता हूं। जो भी आपकी फीलिंग्स है वही से हो रही है, तो उसको जागरूक करने के वम, एक है लम, लम, और इसका है वम, वम। मैं एक साथ बाद में सभी एक साथ बोलूंगा तो आपको 1 मिनट के अंदर सब याद हो जाएंगे। उसके बाद उसके आगे का चक्र है जो नेवल है, जहां से हम, जब हम माँ के गर्भ में थे तो 9 महीने 9 दिन तक माँ हमें वही से खाना खिलाती थी, वही से सारी प्रक्रिया हमारे माँ के गर्भ में थी। तो नाभि चक्र आज भी कहते हैं ना कि नाभि जिसकी ठीक है उसका सारा संसार ठीक है, जिसकी नाभि का चक्र बिगड़ गया तो सब कुछ बिगड़ गया। तो नाभि जिसको हम कहते हैं सोलर प्लेक्सिस, वो कहते हैं आइडू, उसका सिंबल है आइडू, उसका कलर येलो है। मूलाधार रेड, स्वादिष्टान ऑरेंज, और मणिपुर जिसको हम कहते हैं नेवल चक्र, उसका कलर है येलो और वह कहते हैं आइडू। और इसका वर्ड है जिसको हम कोड वर्ड ही बोलेंगे रम। तो लम वम रम, लम वम और रम, कलर येलो है। यही से हमें, जैसा कि ये अगर ब्लॉक हो जाए ना तो हम पावरलेस हो जाते हैं। ये जितने भी चक्र है थोड़े भी ब्लॉक हो जाए, तो ये अगर चक्र ब्लॉक हो जाए तो हम पावरलेस हो जाते हैं। हम कितना भी कुछ को कोशिश करें, बहुत कुछ कहते हैं ना कि अरे यार मैं यहाँ गया था वहां गया था, बहुत कोशिश की, डॉक्टर की दवाई खाई, सब कुछ किया, लेकिन हम कुछ कर नहीं पाए। बिकॉज ऑफ दैट रीजन कि हम पावरलेस इसलिए अनुभव कर रहे हैं क्योंकि वो ये जो चक्र की अवस्था बिगड़ गई है। तो इसको हम किस प्रकार से चार्ज कर सकते हैं, उसको हम किस प्रकार से आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। कलर येलो है। उसके बाद थोड़ा ऊपर जाओ, जो दिन रात आपके लिए धड़कता है, जिसका दुनिया का सबसे मधुर संगीत आपके पास है, जो बज रहा है बगैर कुछ किए भी, चाहे आप कहीं पर भी हो, वो आपके लिए धड़क रहा है। वो दिल, वो हृदय, जिस चक्र का नाम अनाहत है, हार्ट चक्र, जिसका कलर ग्रीन है और उसका सिंबल है आई लव। मतलब वही से शुरुआत होती है खुद से प्यार करने की और दुनिया से प्यार करने की। वो अगर ब्लॉक हो जाए तो यू आर गोइंग टू डिस्कनेक्ट टू द एंटायर वर्ल्ड। अब दुनिया से अपने आप डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाते हो। अगर हमारा हार्ट चक्र ब्लॉक हो जाए तो अब दुनिया से अपने आप ही अलग होना शुरू कर देते। फिर आपको कोई भी चीज रास नहीं आती है क्योंकि आपका हार्ट ही ब्लॉक हो गया। और फिर नेचुरल है, आज हम कहते हैं ना कि देखते भी है कि बहुत कम उम्र में हार्ट अटैक हो रहा है क्योंकि वो ब्लॉक हो चुका है। तो ये जो अनाहत चक्र है, अनाहत चल रहा है, वो उसको अगर चार्ज करना है तो उसका सिंबॉलिक वर्ड है यम। तो शुरुआत की हमने लम वम रम, उसके बाद में एम, मतलब हमारा हार्ट का चक्र है। उसके बाद हमारा थ्रोट का चक्र है जिसको हम विशुद्ध बोलते हैं, विशुद्ध चक्र, जिसका कलर ब्लू है, जिसका कलर ब्लू है। और वह हमें, आप सबको पता है, हम कहते हैं ना कि हम, इसका वर्ड कोडिंग वर्ड है हम। जब हम कहते हैं कि हम, मैं एक साथ सभी, बाद में आपको वर्ड बोलूंगा तो आपको पता चल जाएगा, अपने आप उस चक्र के ऊपर आपका ध्यान चला जाएगा। और उसके बाद है आज्ञा चक्र, जिसको थर्ड आई चक्र बोला जाता है। वह कहता है आई डू। ये जो चक्र है ना विशुद्ध है, वो कहता है आई टॉक। वही से आपकी थायराइड ग्लैंड्स है, ये सारे आई टॉक, वही से आपका वोकल कॉर्ड है, तो आई टॉक। और उसके बाद है आज्ञा चक्र, आई सी। इसका कलर इंडिगो है। इसका कलर, पहले का कलर ब्लू था, इसका कलर इंडिगो है। और सबसे लास्ट चक्र है सहस्रा, सहस्त्र चक्र, क्राउन चक्र। ये बोलता है अंडरस्टैंड। इसका कलर वायलेट है। और इसका पहले का आज्ञा चक्र का कोड वर्ड है अ उ म, अ उ म। और लास्ट सहस्त्र का चक्र का कोड वर्ड है ओम। तो इस प्रकार से लम से लेकर तो ओम तक ये सातों चक्र हमें ध्यान लगाने में बहुत मदद करता है। और अपने आप आपका कैसा समय चला जाए, 5 10 15 मिनट का आपको पता भी नहीं चलेगा। जो आपका मन भटक रहा है, आप कहते हो कि मैं जब भी प्राणायाम करता हूँ, जब भी मैं योग में बैठता हूँ, मेडिटेशन करता हूँ, तो मेरा मन नहीं लगता, मैं बहुत, मेरे अंदर बहुत सारे विचार आते, तो आपने विचार को यहीं पे जोड़ दिया। अभी आपने क्या किया, विचार को रोकने की कोशिश नहीं किया, विचार को आपने डाइवर्ट कर दिया, विचार को आपने कहीं ना कहीं लगा दिया। मन तो विचार करने से बाज नहीं आएगा, वो तो करेगा ही विचार, उसका काम ही विचार करना है। जिस दिन वो विचार करना बंद कर देगा तो सब कुछ खत्म हो जाएगा। तो क्यों ना हम उसको एक अच्छे विचारों में, तो मैं अभी ये सारी जो चीजें हैं, सातों चक्रों का हम थोड़ा प्राणायाम करते हैं। शुरुआत मैं जैसे कर रहा हूँ, तो आप भी थोड़ा सा कोशिश करें। मैं एक ही स्वर में, एक ही इसमें पूरे के पूरे सातों के सातों जो उसके कोड वर्ड है, जो जागरूक करने के सातों चक्रों के, जिसको हम सेवन चक्रास बोलते हैं, तो हम शुरू करें, हम सभी शुरू रहें। लम वम रम यम हम ओ। जो कोड वर्ड जिसका है वहां पे हमारा ध्यान जाए, और यदि हम ऐसा करते हैं तो दुनिया की कोई भी ताकत हमें स्ट्रेस में नहीं ले जा सकती है। दुनिया की कोई भी ताकत हमें अपना जो हमने सोचा है उस कामयाबी को प्राप्त करने से पीछे नहीं रोक सकती। वॉट एवर यू थिंक यू विल अचीव इट, क्योंकि आपने ये सारी चीजों को जहां से आपने शुरुआत की है, इसमें हार्डली 3-4 मिनट 5 मिनट लगेंगे, लेकिन आप अपने आप में समाविष्ट होना शुरू कर देंगे। तो थोड़ा हम इसके बारे में जरूर विचार करें। तो मूलाधार चक्र स्वाधिष्ठान है, मणिपुर है, अनाहत है, विशुद्ध है, आज्ञा चक्र है और सहस्त्रार है। इसके कोड वर्ड भी मैंने आपको बता दिए, इसका भी हम थोड़ा सा अभ्यास करेंगे, तो शायद मुझे लगता है कि हम इस चीज को बहुत आसानी से प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। अभी हम थोड़ा और आगे बढ़ते हैं, क्योंकि समय कम है, तो इसलिए मैं चाहता हूँ कि कम समय में आपको बहुत कुछ देने की कोशिश करूँ, को बहुत सारी चीजें आपके साथ शेयर करूँ। तो आपने देखा होगा कि हम जब भी चेहरे पे स्माइल लाते हैं, तो कहते हैं ना कि ये भगवान की सिग्नेचर है, ईश्वर की सिग्नेचर आपके चेहरे के ऊपर जब आपकी स्माइल हो जाती है, तो उसको खत्म नहीं करना चाहिए। वो चेहरे की स्माइल को, उस सिग्नेचर को क्या आप आंसुओं से मिटा दोगे? क्या सिग्नेचर को आप ऐसे ही, और इतने अच्छे सिग्नेचर वो कर रहा है, हम कहते हैं ना किसी का ऑटोग्राफ अगर किसने किया हो, बड़े व्यक्ति ने, सेलिब्रिटीज ने, तो कितना संभाल के रखते हैं। तो ये तो वो ईश्वर की, वो गॉड की, वो खुदा की, वो अल्लाह की, जिसको भी हम माने, उसकी सिग्नेचर हमारे चेहरे पर स्माइल के रूप में है। तो क्यों ना हम थोड़ा सा इसको हास्य योगा में परिवर्तन करें, है ना? क्यों ना हम थोड़ा सा हंसमुख रहें, खुश रहें, ताकि हमारे जो पूरे जो भी बाकी जो ऑर्गन्स हैं, ये भी हमें थोड़ा सा मदद करें। लाफ्टर योगा सभी जानते हैं, और खुश रहना किसको पसंद नहीं है ना? तो ये भी एक बहुत अच्छा योग है, योग है। वास्तविकता शब्द योग है, लेकिन अभी क्या है कि जब वेस्टर्न कंट्री से कोई भी चीज आ जाती है तो वो योगा बन गई है। वास्तविकता योग है, योग का मतलब ही जोड़ना। तो हम एक दूसरे के जुड़े, किस प्रकार से जुड़ सकते हैं? तो बहुत आसानी से है। मैं आपको, जैसे कि सेवन चक्र मैंने अभी आपको बताया ना, आपको साथ शेयर किए, तो ये भी एक हास्य योगा के साथ मैं जोड़ने के प्रयास करता हूँ। पहले जो टॉप लेवल से बॉटम में आते हैं, टॉप से अभी बॉटम, पहले अभी हम बॉटम से टॉप गए, अभी हम टॉप से बॉटम आते हैं। लास्ट वाला था सहस्त्र, उसके बाद आज्ञा चक्र था, और उसके बाद यहाँ पे विशुद्ध चक्र था। तो ये जो 3 चक्र है, वो हम शुरू करते ही 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 ही, जरा करके भी देख सकते हैं आप, ही 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 ही। जब भी कब हंसते तो क्या करते हैं? ही करते हैं ना, कैसे बोलते हैं लोग, क्या ही कर रहे हैं? तो वही है, ये तीनों चक्रों को जागरूक करने की कोशिश करते हैं। ही ही ही। तो सभी करें। ही 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 ही। तो अपने आप थोड़ा सा आप अनुभव करोगे। उसके बाद है और 3 है, वो हार्ट है, 2 चक्र है, हार्ट और सोलर, मतलब हमारा हार्ट चक्र है अनहद और वो मणिपुर, ये 2 चक्र है। हा हा हा, इसको क्या बोले? हा हा हा। ही हा हा हा, ही हा हा। ये 2 चक्र हो गए। कौन से? पहले 3 हो गए ही वाले, मतलब सहस्रार, उसके बाद आज्ञा चक्र और विशुद्ध चक्र। उसके बाद है हार्ट चक्र और मणिपुर, ओके, जो हम सोलर एप्लिक्स बोले थे। तो उसके आ हा ही हा। और उसके बाद है लास्ट 2 वाले, स्वादिष्टान और कहाँ से शुरुआत की थी हम? सबसे पहला कौन सा था? मूलाधार। स्वादिष्टान और मूलाधार, उसके लिए कहेंगे हो। तो एक बार जो सभी करें, मेरे साथ सभी करें। ही, पहले ही हा हो ही हा हो। दोनों हाथ ऊपर करें तो अपने आप ही हो जाएगा। ही हा हो ही ही हा हो। देखिए क्या होता है कि ये जो कहते ना, अपने हाथ को देख के भी थोड़ा सा लोग दूसरे का भविष्य देखते हैं, आप खुद का भविष्य देखो कभी कभी, किसी के पास जाते हो, थोड़ा अपने आप को, हाथ को देख के भी आप हंस सकते हो ना। हम्म? अपने हंसते की रेखा देखो, वाह क्या हाथ है है ना, क्या हाथ है, देखो देखो जरा ये हाथ को देख के भी आप हंस सकते हो। दूसरे के ऊपर हंसने के बजाय अगर हम अपने आप पे हंसते हैं, इससे ज्यादा खुशी कुछ नहीं हो सकती है। हम हमेशा दूसरे का मजाक उड़ाते हैं, अपने आप का भी, खुद को भी मजाक बना लेंगे। किसके लिए? अपने आप को स्वस्थ रखने के लिए। ये भी एक बहुत अच्छा चैप्टर है हमारा लाफ्टर योगा का, जिसको हम कहते हैं कि ही हा हो। उसी प्रकार से अपने हाथ को देखते हुए कहे ही हा हो, मतलब ही हा हो। तो अपने आप हंसी आ जाएगी, अपने आप खुशी हो जाएगी, अपने आप चेहरा खुल जाएगा, कुछ करना नहीं है। और उसी प्रकार से जैसे कि कोई लस्सी आप मिलाते हो तो क्या करते हो? जब लस्सी 2 गिलास में मिलाना हो, ये ये हा, और बाद में उसको पी रहे हो, है ना। जब मिला दो एक बार लस्सी को, सब मिलके मिलाए, ही 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 आ आहा आहा हो। तो थोड़ा लस्सी को मिला सकते हो। तो इस प्रकार से हम लोग खुश रहने के बहाने ढूंढ सकते हैं, अपने आप को खुश रखने के बहाने ढूंढ सकते हैं। और इसे अपने आप ही कहे ना, लोग भले ही थोड़ा सा कहेंगे क्या पागल हो गए क्या, कई बार आप इस प्रकार से करने लग जाओ तो थोड़ा कहेंगे, लेकिन वो भी फिर धीरे धीरे समझ जाएंगे कि जब तक कोई पाकर गल नहीं जाता उसी को पागल कहा जाता है। ये पाकर कुछ गल गया और उसको गलाना बहुत जरूरी है। कुछ पाते वही लोग गलते हैं, वही तो। कोई भी चीज दुनिया में बगैर पागल हुए कुछ नहीं मिल सकती है। चाहे तो आपका स्वास्थ्य हो, चाहे फिर आपका विद्या हो, जो भी आप अचीव करना चाहते हो, चाहे धन हो। अब धन के पीछे लोग पागल हैं, अपने पढ़ाई के पीछे लोग पागल है, अपने नौकरी के पीछे पागल है, अपने स्वास्थ्य के पीछे पागल है। तो जब तक हम पागल नहीं होंगे तब तक हम कोई भी चीज अचीव नहीं कर सकते। तो क्या कहेंगे लोग, ये सबसे बड़ा है रोग, ये ध्यान में रखना। लोग हमें क्या कहेंगे, ये सब कुछ करने लग जाए तो ये सबसे बड़ा है रोग, क्या कहेंगे लोग। तो आज ये लोगों के बारे में चिंता ना करें, हम अपने स्वास्थ्य के बारे में चिंता करें तो बहुत ज्यादा खुशी होगी। तो इस प्रकार से हम अपने आप को खुश रख सकते हैं, अपने आप को एक अलग मुकाम तक पहुंचा सकते हैं। तो मैं कहता हूं कि ये जो हमारा जो एक लाफ्टर योगा है, उसके बाद हम थोड़ा सा और देखिए कि हम अभी हम आते मेडिटेशन के ऊपर। मेडिटेशन बहुत प्रकार के, ध्यान हो गए, राज हो गए, अलग अलग प्रकार के, इसको अलग अलग नाम दिए हुए हैं। गाइडेड मेडिटेशन है। तो हमें जो अच्छा लगता है, जो हमें उचित लगे, जहां से हमारा मन खुशी की अनुभूति करे, तो थोड़ा हम क्या करें, कहते हैं ना कि जब भी हम कुछ करने चाहते हैं तो नेचुरल है उस चीज को प्राप्त करने के लिए हमें कुछ करना जरूरी है। सबसे पहले तो हम अपने ध्यान को, मतलब अपने सांस को देखें। हमें बिल्कुल फुर्सत नहीं अपने सांस को देखने की। मैं सांसे की बात कर रहा हूँ, जिसकी शादी हुई उनकी सांस की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ। मैं अपने सांसे की बात कर रहा हूँ। अपने जो ब्रीदिंग है उसके ऊपर ध्यान रहे कि हमारी सांस आ रही है, हमने दिन भर चल रहा है लेकिन हमारा ध्यान ही नहीं है। तो एक 2-3 मिनट सांस, बस इतना ही ध्यान रखें कि सांस के ऊपर, मतलब सांस आ रही है और जा रही है। अनुभव करो कि सांसें आपकी, आप ले रहे हो और छोड़ रहे हो। सांस अंदर ले रहे हो, पूरा अनुभव कर रहे हो कि सांस किस प्रकार से आपके अंदर जा रही है और किस प्रकार से वो एक्सेल हो रही है। बस ये 2-3 मिनट। चलो म्यूजिक स्टार्ट कर दो। सांस के ऊपर ध्यान दो, वो अंदर आ रही है, आप सजगता से देख रहे हो। अभी आज से हम जो भी काम करें थोड़ा सा सजग होके करें। एक 2-3 मिनट देखिए अपने आप को कि जो सांसें आपको दिन रात इतने साल से आपके साथ चल रही है, उसको 2-3 मिनट तो निकाले कि हम उसको देखें, उसको अनुभव करें, उसको महसूस करें। कुछ नहीं करें, बस उसको देखो, बाकी कुछ नहीं करो। और आप जो भी कर रहे हो, आज से ध्यान रखो, अब जो भी करोगे, खाना खाओगे तो भी सजग होके खाना खाओगे कि मैं खाना खा रहा हूँ। ऐसा नहीं कि मैं कुछ काम कर रहा हूँ खाना खा रहा हूँ, मैं टीवी देख रहा हूँ, या फिर मैं मोबाइल के साथ हूँ, या बहुत कुछ लोगों के साथ चर्चा कर रहा हूँ और खाना खा रहा हूँ। नहीं, मैं खाना ही खा रहा हूँ। मैं जो काम कर रहा हूँ वो काम पे मेरा पूरा ध्यान है। भले 1 मिनट के लिए क्यों ना हो, 5 मिनट के लिए क्यों ना हो सकता है कि आप 10-15 मिनट खाना खा रहे हो, लेकिन एक 2-4 मिनट के लिए अपने आप ध्यानस्थ होना शुरू हो जाओ। ये एक मेडिटेशन है। चलते फिरते उठते बैठते, किस प्रकार से आप अपने आप को मेडिटेट कर सकते हो। यदि इसके पास समय नहीं है, कहते हैं कि मेरे पास बिल्कुल समय नहीं है, तो उनके लिए मैं सारी बातें कर रहा हूँ। उनके लिए ये सारी बातें हैं कि आप जो भी कुछ कर रहे हो सजग होके करो, कॉन्शियसली करो, उसको अनकॉन्शियसली ना करो। बहुत सारी बातें हमारी अनकॉन्शियसली हो जाती है। 10 दिन हम कॉन्शियसली करना शुरू कर देंगे, हमारे आधे प्रॉब्लम खत्म हो जाएंगे, आधी समस्याओं से हम अलग हो जाएंगे। और अपने शरीर से इस प्रकार से अपने अपने सांसों से प्रेम करे, उससे अपने शरीर से भी थोड़ा सा प्रेम करो, उसको बोझ नहीं समझो। जब अपने आप से आप प्रेम करना शुरू करोगे, नेचुरली आप पूरी दुनिया से प्रेम करना शुरू करेंगे। तो मैं यही चाहता हूँ कि आप तो असली फिटनेस मन की है, शरीर के साथ साथ। जिस दिन मन रोगी हो जाता है, शरीर कितना भी फिट हो, अपने आप ही वह रोग का शिकार बन जाता है। तो क्यों ना हम इस शरीर को, इस मन को फिट रखने के लिए थोड़ा सा हम समय दें। एक 5-10 मिनट डीप ब्रीदिंग करें, थोड़ा होल्ड करें और छोड़ें। डीप ब्रीथिंग करें, होल्ड करें. You can keep your eyes closed. It will better. थोड़ा एक 5-10 मिनट के लिए अपने आप को रिलैक्स, अपने बॉडी को, अपने माइंड को पूरा चार्ज करना है. रिलैक्स योर होल बॉडी. अनुभव करो कि दूर का आवाज आपको आ रहा है, कोई डिस्टरबेंस हो रहा है, जस्ट यू ऑब्जर्व इट. हो सकता है आपके आजू बाजू में कोई डिस्टरबेंस है, कुछ आवाजें हैं, उसका आप एक्सेप्ट कर लो. जिस दिन हम कोई चीज हम एक्सेप्ट कर लेते हैं तो वो चीज हल्की हो जाती है, और जितनी चीज हल्की होती है उतनी वो आकाश में उड़ती है. जितना बोझ हल्का है उतनी वो चीजें उड़ने में आसान हो जाता है. तो आप दूर का भी साउंड सुन रहे हो. धीरे धीरे अभी आपके घर में पंखा लगा हो, एसी लगा हो, आप जहां भी बैठे हो वहां भी कुछ आवाज आ रही है, उसको भी आप अभी ऑब्जर्व करो. आपका ध्यान चला गया वहां पर, ऑब्जर्व करो. फैन का आवाज है, आजू बाजू का आवाज है, और डीप ब्रेथ लो और धीरे धीरे उसको एक्सेल करो. टोटल एक्सेप्टेंस कर लो, साक्षी होकर देखो. आपने पूरी तरह से एक्सेप्ट कर लिया, कोई शिकायत नहीं किसी से. जो भी कुछ हो रहा है आपके अगल में बगल में, जो भी कुछ विचार आ रहे हैं सबको एक्सेप्ट कर लो. अब नेचर के साथ रिलैक्स हो जाओ. चाहे पंछी की आवाज हो, चाहे अगल बगल में ट्रेनें जा रही हो, बसें जा रही हो, आप जहां भी हो, बहुत शोरगुल है. भीड़ में भी आप अभी आप अकेले हो गए. बहुत भरे पूरे परिवार में आपको, फिर भी आप अकेले हो. आप एक बहुत अच्छी यात्रा पे हो. यूनिवर्स से मिलने की यात्रा. इसकी फ्रीक्वेंसी है 436. वहां तक पहुंचने की यात्रा. इस मदर नेचर प्लेनेट अर्थ के साथ जुड़ जाओ. अनुभव करो कि वो प्लेनेट आपके हाथों पे है, आप उस प्लेनेट को महसूस कर रहे हो. मदर नेचर. It's honor to respect your own body. It's honor to respect the entire nature. ये बहुत बड़ी खुशी है कि आप पूरे यूनिवर्स को एक्सेप्ट कर लिया. जो जैसा है उसको उसी रूप में एक्सेप्ट कर लिया. आपने अपने बॉडी को भी एक्सेप्ट कर लिया. रिलैक्स योर फीट. अपने पैरों से शुरू करो. तो पूरे शरीर का बोझ लेके चलता है वो दोनों फीट, दोनों पैर. रिलैक्स करो उसे, उसका धन्यवाद करो. रिलैक्स योर नीज. पहली बार आप उसको देख रहे हो, बहुत प्यार से देख रहे हो. रिलैक्स, रिलैक्स, रिलैक्स. रिलैक्स योर हिप्स, थाइज. रिलैक्स. both the legs, दोनों पैर, पूरा पोर्शन, कमर से पूरा पोर्शन, रिलैक्स रिलैक्स रिलैक्स, growing area, stomach region, पूरा stomach, relax your stomach, all the organs. Chest, your heart, by the time we pass over all these 3-4 chakras, navel chakra, Manipur, Anahad, heart chakra, back spine, जिसके कारण आप चल सकते हो, उसको भी आप रिलैक्स करो, आपके दोनों शोल्डर, दोनों हैंड्स, नेक रीजन, back of your head, forehead, relax, 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 your entire facial muscles. जो ईश्वर ने आपका सिग्नेचर की है, वो सारे मसल्स, आईज, जॉज, थ्रोट, whatever, जो भी है, जैसा आपका चेहरा है, आप दुनिया के सबसे खूबसूरत व्यक्ति हो, आपके जैसे खाली आप ही हो, गोरे हो, काले हो, ईश्वर की सबसे बड़ी गिफ्ट, आपके जैसा दूसरा कोई नहीं संसार में, अपने आप को देखो, यू आर द यूनिक इन द वर्ल्ड, यू आर वेरी स्पेशल, nobody can play your role better than you. इतना खूबसूरत चेहरा, इतनी खूबसूरत आंखें, पूरे फेशियल मसल्स, आपके टीथ, आपका पूरा 5% ऑफ योर टोटल बॉडी, तो पूरी दुनिया को रिप्रेजेंट करता है। टोटल एक्सेप्टेंस कर लिया अपने आप से, तो भी थॉट्स है, फीलिंग्स है, इमोशंस है, सबको एक्सेप्ट कर, और बहुत खुश हो, यूनिवर्स का शुक्रिया अदा कर रहे हो, कुदरत का शुक्रिया अदा कर रहे हो, अपने मदर फादर, जिसने भी आपको सपोर्ट किया, बहुत अच्छा चांस मिला आपको उनको सपोर्ट करने का, उनको शुक्रिया अदा करने का। यदि किसने कुछ गलत किया हो, उसको माफ कर दो, अपने आप को हल्का कर दो, सारा बोझ उतार दो, जो भी कुछ आपको लगता है कि मेरे मन के लायक नहीं हुआ, आज उसे स्वाहा कर दो, सिग्नेचर को धूल मिट्टी में मत लाओ, उसको चमकने दो, तो ईश्वर का ऑटोग्राफ है, मुस्कुराते हुए, जिसका धन्यवाद करना है उसको धन्यवाद दे दो, ये जो भी आपने यात्रा की है 6-7 दिन की, इस सफर में जो जो आपको मिले, इन सबको धन्यवाद दे दो। जाने अनजाने कुछ गलतियां हुई है, क्षमा कर लो, क्षमा मांग लो। अपने आप को एकदम रिलैक्स कर लो, ईश्वर का धन्यवाद करो, इतना अच्छा मौका मिला है कुछ पाने का। जो भी है मेरे पास बहुत कुछ है। आई एम हैप्पी, आई एम हेल्दी, आई एम हैप्पी, आई एम हैप्पी। 3-3 बार, 4-4 बार, 5-5 बार बोलो, आई एम हैप्पी, आई एम हैप्पी, आई एम हैप्पी, आई एम हेल्दी, आई एम हेल्दी, आई एम हेल्दी। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ। लेट दिस थॉट पास टू योर सबकॉन्शियस माइंड, उसको एक्सेप्ट करने दो। वहां तक ये बातें पहुंचा दो। और अभी यहाँ से एक नई यात्रा पे निकलो। हम सभी सवार होके जो यूनिवर्स है, जो सुप्रीम गॉड फादर कहो, ईश्वर कहो, जो भी आपको उचित शब्द लगे, परमात्मा कहो, उसका शुक्रिया अदा करते हुए, जो खुशी का सागर है, सुख का सागर है, आनंद का सागर है, ओशन ऑफ लव, ओशन ऑफ ब्लिस, ओशन ऑफ पीस, और वो सारी शक्ति आपके अंदर समा रही है। पूरी यूनिवर्स अभी आपके अंदर मौजूद है, और आप बहुत खुश हो। आपके परिवार से, आपके कलीग से, जिस वास्तु में आप कार्य करते हो, आपके कार्यस्थल से, इस घर में आप रहते हो, घर के वास्तु से, घर के लोगों से, सबके साथ आपके रिश्ते बहुत अच्छे हैं। खुशनुमा जीवन आपको मिला है, उसका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं। अभी दोनों हाथों का घर्षण करें, अपने आंखों पे लगाएं। अभी 5-7 मिनट बचे हैं। मैं समझता हूँ कि किसको कुछ पूछना हो तो दिस सेशन इज ओपन फॉर क्वेश्चन एंड आंसर। शेयर करना हो तो ऑलवेज वेलकम।
सर चैट में एक क्वेश्चन है,
या
डू वी हैव एनी एक्सरसाइजेस टू अवॉइड माइग्रेन अटैक्स?
या ओके फाइन। Yeah,
उनको
it's very simple exercises are there if you do it regular basis। देखिए बहुत अच्छी बात है ये जो हमारे हाथ है। सबसे पहली बात है कि ये जो हमारे यहाँ जो जिसको हम कहेंगे, ये जो पोर्शन है हमारे थंब के बाजू का, ये जो पोर्शन है, ये जो टॉप है, उसको हम थोड़ा सा हमेशा प्रेस करते रहे, एटलीस्ट फॉर 1 मिनट 2 मिनट्स, दोनों का साइड का। फर्स्ट यू गेट द पेन, देन ऑटोमेटिकली यू स्टार्ट गेट रिलीफ इनटू दैट। ये हमारे हमारा हेड हेड माइग्रेन यहीं पे होता है, तो नेचुरल है ये बहुत। यहाँ जो भी है एसिडिक है, जितने भी हमारे अंदर कुछ तत्व ऐसे नेगेटिविटी के पैदा हो गए हमारी बॉडी के अंदर, हमारे माइंड के अंदर, हमारे हेड के अंदर, ये हमारा स्विच बोर्ड है, यही पे सारे स्विचेस हमारे पास है. If you just put that, press the button, so naturally your switch will be on. You are going to on your switch here. Switches are here. कहते हैं ना कि ये जो हमारे जिसको हम कहते हैं कि सारे स्विचेस हमारे हाथ के अंदर है. तो हमने पहले भी कहा कि जो 5 तत्वों की 500 चीजें. और दूसरा ये जो नासिका है यहाँ पे जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, यहाँ पे थोड़ा ऐसा ऐसा प्रेस करें. सिंपल है. ये जो हम जब ऐसा करते हैं ना, और उसके बाद ये जो कान के दोनों, ये हम दोनों उंगलियां इस प्रकार से लें, यहाँ पे करें. अपने आप ही थोड़ा नींद भी अच्छी लग जाएगी. माइग्रेन के कारण बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स होते हैं, बहुत सारी एक्सरसाइज भी है, लेकिन उतना समय नहीं, तो इसलिए मैं आपको शॉर्ट में और स्वीट बता रहा हूँ कि थोड़ा सा हम इसको इस प्रकार से करें. तो एक तो ये हो गया कि पहले ये बताया, और बाद में ये 2 उंगलियां ये हमारे कान के ऐसे दोनों में इसमें फंसा दे बराबर, और उसको थोड़ा सा प्रेस करें, और हल्के से यहाँ पर धीरे धीरे यहाँ तक. और जितना हो सके मेडिटेशन करें तो नेचुरल है अपने आप ही. और कुछ है तो जरूर पूछें. और कोई क्वेश्चन है तो और मोस्ट वेलकम. कुछ आप ऐड करना चाहे तो भी, क्योंकि आई एम ऑल्सो नॉट अ प्रोफेशनल योगा पर्सन, और आई एम जस्ट डूइंग मेडिटेशन फॉर माई सेल्फ एंड द पीपल अराउंड मी. लॉकडाउन में हमने बहुत अच्छे एक्सरसाइजेस की थी, काफी प्रकार से इसको हमने अपने आप में, और मैं अपने आप में ज्यादा बिलीव करता हूँ कि हम जो करते हैं जितना हमें आपको खुशी देती हो तो नेचुरल है, वही एक हमारे प्राणायाम एक्सरसाइज बन जाती है. किसी कुछ पूछना है?
सर
क्वेश्चन
एक और क्वेश्चन है चैट में.
या
साइनसाइटिस के लिए कुछ है क्या, पूछ रहे हैं. मिस प्रोफेसर अक्षय अग्रवाल पूछ रहे हैं कि साइनसाइटिस के लिए कुछ.
साइनोसाइटिस के लिए वही है. साइनोसाइटिस के लिए भी एक ये जो एक्सरसाइज है, ये जो नाक की, वो भी एक बहुत अच्छे में काम आ सकती है साइनोसाइटिस के लिए. और एक बात ये भी ध्यान रखें कि हम जब सुबह उठते हैं तो थोड़ा सा हम पैरों के इस एड़ी पे चले. मॉर्निंग में थोड़ा कुनकुना पानी पिए, या जो भी आप वार्म वाटर जिसको कहते हैं, और उसके बाद थोड़ा पैरों की एड़ी पे चले. तो इससे क्या होगा, जितना आपका, सबसे सारी बीमारियां हमारे पेट से शुरू होती है, तो जितना हमारा पेट थोड़ा अच्छा रहेगा, मतलब साफ सुथरा रहेगा, तो उतनी हमारी बॉडी हमेशा के लिए चार्ज रहेगी. सारी जड़ें हमारा पेट है, तो जितना हम पेट को हल्का रखेंगे, फ्री रखेंगे, तो इसलिए साइनोसाइटिस के लिए भी मैं चाहूंगा कि थोड़ा सा ये चीजें, ये जो हनोटी का ये है, ये मॉर्निंग में जो करते हैं तो अपने आप ही आपको अनुभव होना शुरू हो जाएगा. और एक क्वेश्चन यहाँ पे पूछा गया स्पेशली वर्टिगो के लिए, वर्टिगो वेन्स के लिए हम क्या कर सकते हैं. वर्टिगो वेन्स के लिए कुछ मतलब प्रॉपर एक ट्रीटमेंट है, जो हम बाकी लोग तो करते ही, आप डॉक्टर की दवा तो लेते ही हो, लेकिन कुछ पॉइंट है जो एक्यूप्रेशर में बताए गए हैं. वो अगर आप थोड़ा सा सीख लेते हो पॉइंट, खास एक्यूप्रेशर के लिए, एक्यूप्रेशर के पॉइंट, तो वर्टिगो में बहुत ज्यादा फायदे कर सकते हैं. वर्टिगो वेन्स में बहुत ज्यादा फायदे हो सकते हैं. तो मैं चाहूंगा कि आप थोड़ा सा एक्यूप्रेशर का, ये जो मैंने आपको बता रहा था, ये जो एक्सरसाइज है, ये भी एक एक्सरसाइज है इस प्रकार से. ये जो डायबिटीज के बारे में पूछा था, ये सबसे बढ़िया एक्सरसाइज है डायबिटीज के लिए. खाना खाने के पहले, अगर 10 मिनट पहले, आप खाना खाने के 10 मिनट पहले अगर आप थोड़ा ये चार्ज कर लेते हो अपने आप, तो आपका शुगर का जो लेवल है ना, अपने आप ही आप एक सोचेंगे कि अपने आप ही अपना. और उसके बाद खाना खाएं, आधे घंटे के बाद, खाना खाने के आधे घंटे के बाद और भी कर सकते हैं जब भी आपको टाइम मिले. या फिर जैसे आप बैठे हो और आप काम, अभी आपके पास कोई काम नहीं, आप बात ही कर रहे हो, तो थोड़ा सा हम अपने हाथ को इस प्रकार से ये कर सकते हैं, अपने हाथ की सेवा कर सकते हैं. बहुत काम किया आप लोग, आपके लिए बहुत कुछ आपके लिए दिया है इन दोनों हाथों ने, तो क्यों ना हम थोड़ा सा इसको प्रेस करें बैठे बैठे. किसको ना दिखाए, नहीं तो बोलेंगे कि हमें देखिए कि हाथ वो क्या कर रहा है। तो बेटर है कि हम अपने आप में ही करते रहें। थोड़ा 5-10 मिनट का हम अपने आप ही आप अनुभव करोगे कि आप खुद को चार्ज कर रहे हो। तो चाहे वो माइग्रेन हो, चाहे फिर वो डायबिटीज का हो, दवा तो लेना जरूरी है। मैं दवा के लिए मना नहीं करूंगा, दवा, लेकिन दवा का प्रमाण कम हो सकता है। जैसे कि मैंने भी इसके लिए काफी प्रयोग किए और मुझे उसके बेनिफिट काफी मिले। इज ड्रिंकिंग कोल्ड वाटर बैड फॉर बॉडी? ऑफ कोर्स इज वेरी बैड। अभी जैसे कि कुछ प्रदेशों में तो खाली कोल्ड वाटर के आइस वाटर पीते हैं, लेकिन ये कहा गया है शास्त्रों में, विशेष आयुर्वेदा में, कि जितना हो सके जो बॉडी टेम्परेचर का जो वाटर, वही जो नॉर्मल वाटर होता है वही हमने लेना चाहिए, और वो भी 12 में नहीं लेना चाहिए। ज्यादा कोल्ड लेंगे तो नेचुरल है, वो बॉडी एडजस्ट नहीं कर पाती है। तो इसलिए जितना हो सके हमें नॉर्मल वाटर ही लेना चाहिए, और अर्ली इन द मॉर्निंग थोड़ा वार्म वाटर लेना चाहिए, 1 गिलास 2 गिलास, और उसके बाद 2-3 एक्सरसाइज करें। अपने आप ही कुछ बगैर कोई दवा के आप ठीक हो सकते हो, मतलब बगैर कोई दवा के आप आगे बढ़ सकते हो। और दवा जो ले रहे हो तो उसका प्रमाण कम हो सकता है, बाद में आप डॉक्टर को मिलके ही आप या चेक करके वो दवा को कम करें। लेकिन जितना हो सके हम अपने खुद की रेमेडी, खुद का डॉक्टर खुद बन सकते हैं। या डायबिटीज का हो गया। हाउ लॉन्ग शुड वन प्रैक्टिस टू नोटिस स्ट्रेस रिलीफ बेनिफिट्स? या अभी स्ट्रेस तो क्या है कि अभी हमारा जो लाइफ स्टाइल है ये पूरी तरह से स्ट्रेस भरा ही हुआ है, और बगैर स्ट्रेस का काम भी नहीं हो सकता। लेकिन मैं ये कहूंगा कि स्ट्रेस का असर हमारे बॉडी पर ना पड़े। बगैर टेंशन ले काम नहीं हो सकता। आप कहेंगे कि मैं बिल्कुल टेंशन नहीं लूंगा और काम सब कुछ करूंगा, तो दैट ऑल्सो नॉट पॉसिबल। लेकिन टेंशन का मतलब है अटेंशन होके काम करना, मतलब उतना ही ले जितना आपकी बॉडी सहन कर सकती है। कहते हैं ना कि जितना हो सके क्रोध का अवॉइड करें, जितना हो सके प्यार से बातें करें, जितना हो सके लव और लॉ का बैलेंस रखें, तो नेचुरल है अपने आप ही। आप अपने आप खुद को जितना आप खुद को जैसे मैंने मेडिटेशन में कहा कि आप माफ कर दो, किसने भी गुनाह किया हो और आपको लगता है कि ये आपका दोषी है, तो यू जस्ट फॉरगेट एंड फॉरगिव। तो आपने उसको माफ करने का मतलब है आपने अपना बोझा कम कर लिया, अपने आप को स्ट्रेस से रिलीव कर दिया, वही चीज है। तो स्ट्रेस को रिलीव करने का मतलब ही हम जो भी हमारे रोजमर्रा के जो भी हम करते हैं उस चीज को हम जितना हो सके उतना ही, जैसा जितना हम खाना उतना ही खाते हैं ना, जितना हमारा पेट चाहता है, तो बस वही करें जितना हम सहन कर पाते हैं, उतनी बातों को स्वीकार करें। बाकी ओम सबसे अच्छा मंत्र मैं बता रहा हूँ आज आप सबको, ओम दुर्लक्षाय नमः। जहां कर सकते हो उसको आप अवॉइड करो, इससे ज्यादा खुशी कुछ नहीं हो सकती है। हर चीज को आप में अपने कंट्रोल में रखना चाहोगे तो दैट इज नॉट पॉसिबल, और फिर आप भी उसका एक शिकार बन जाओगे। और कुछ है आपके समय के अनुसार? मैं भी समय का बहुत पाबंदी हूँ, तो मैंने सोचा कि चलो समय पे शुरू करेंगे और समय पे खत्म करेंगे। मैं जस्ट वेरी मच थैंकफुल टू रिजवी कॉलेज एंड AICTE अप्रूवल टू देम फॉर दिस अटल that 6 to 7 days FDP program. I'm very much thankful to Anupam Chaudhary, Dr. Anupam Chaudhary, and entire team of Rizvi, and all the, especially the principal, coordinator, and the manager, because I was just observing the previous speaker. Really, I think it was really wonderful sessions for all the 6 to 7 days. I'm very much thankful for inviting me to Rizvi College and entire team of Rizvi. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you आपके समय के लिए. Now I would request our Dean of R&D, Dr. Anupam Chaudhary, to deliver a thank you to you, sir.
As you already aware that it is mandatory to organize one session of yoga and meditation, and that is idea given by the ATAL Academy, run by the AICTE. So on the behalf of the faculty participant of 6-day faculty development program and all the RISV employees, director, principal, faculties, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, sir, for conducting such an insightful and refreshing session on yoga and meditation. Your guidance not only helpful and help us to understand the importance of yoga and meditation to maintain the physical, mental balance to our body and to encourage us to integrate these practices into our daily lives for better balance, focus, and positivity. As you are already given the tips for healthy, wealthy, and refreshing the body, this session was truly added immense values to our program. We sincerely appreciate the time and efforts you dedicated to sharing your knowledge with us. Thankful, sir, that you are giving the precious time to our Rizvi College of Engineering and making this FDP program a great success. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Anupam. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anupam
Thank you,
sir.
madam. Thank you.
Thank you,
Well,
sir. Thank
thanks a
you.
Thank
lot.
you.
Thank you, sir. So now I'll share the feedback link. Participants are requested to share your feedback with us. May I now request Professor Shiburaj sir, our Dean of Academics and co-coordinator of the FDP, to address the gathering and guide us with his instructions.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, so we will start the test shortly. It will be based on Google form. The link will be posted in the chat box. It will be a 30-minute test, 20 questions. So all the participants should stay back for the further instructions. Once the test is over, we will continue with the valedictory function. And before that, I will explain you the rest of the actions that are needed to complete the course. Ma'am, Ramya ma'am, you can post the test link.
Yes, sir.
Please note that in the form, the mobile number and the email ID should be the one that you have used in the ATAL portal. And in the mobile number, don't use +91. Only the 10-digit number is required. -30-minute test. The Google form link is shared in the chat box. You can start appearing the quiz. Okay, hello participants. I hope everybody has finished with their test. Now I will give you the remaining instructions. Okay, now to download the FDP certificates, you will need to do the following things. You have to log into your ATAL portal and then go to the feedback section. Okay, so you can see right now the eligibility for the ATAL certificate is you have to submit the feedback form of the ATAL. So you can see there is a feedback section over here. So everybody has to go to their ATAL portal and click on the feedback link and fill it up. Then the attendance will be marked by Monday of all the participants, and the test marks will also be entered into the portal by Monday. So after those marks are entered, you will be getting an option to download the certificate here itself. So I will just refresh the page and show it to you. So you can click on the feedback. Currently the portal is slow, I guess. So you can click on the feedback and select the FDP name and submit the feedback over there. And
the
that
site is very slow, sir. That's why it is.
yeah, it is slow, I guess. So everybody is trying to access. So I think it is slow. But right now I have already filled. That's why I'm not able to see. But in your case, you will see our the FDP name. You just click on that and fill up the form. And then by Monday, the marks will be updated on the site and you can download your certificates. Okay. So that is it from my side.
Sir, this feedback form is to be submitted today itself? Or is there any deadline?
No, whenever you want to download the certificate, you have to fill that form. Only then it gets downloaded.
Okay, first means in order to get a certificate, feedback form is mandatory.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Any other queries from anyone?
Sir, it is showing no feedback available.
It's available. It's opening, sir.
Yeah. So you can check if at all it is not available, then you must not have
available.
FDP.
Not available. It shows not available.
So just check if in the applied FDPs your
Same FDP not available. FDP feedback not available, sir.
you can try after some time. Right now it is slow. So once the load is low on the server, then you can try it again.
Sir, hello, sir. Sir, it will be active only if you fill the marks and the test mark on the portal.
No, it is active already. I'm doing it.
No, the server itself, it is slow. Actually, we are unable to log in.
Yeah. So yeah, afterwards you can try. If there is any queries, you can always contact in the WhatsApp group. We will sort it out. Okay.
Okay.
We'll start with the valedictory in 5 minutes. There is one request from our side. We want at least few participants to give their video feedback. So I request some of you when it is announced to turn on your cameras and give the feedback about the FDP. Okay, so we will shortly start with the valedictory function.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I have almost done it, but the resource person that pop-up is not thing for second best resource person, and that is a mandatory.
Yes.
Under the pop-up, I think the next of the speaker is not added.
Sorry, sir. Which one?
Second best resource person.
Yeah.
Once, yeah, it's now. Yeah, it's okay.
So your voice is breaking. I'm not able to hear you.
Done, sir. It's submitted now. Submitted, sir.
Okay.
Thanks.
Varsha ma'am, can we start?
Yes, sir, please. Yes, you can start, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am, we'll start. Good evening, everyone. I'm Professor Ramya Prabhakaran, and it's my privilege to welcome you all to valedictory session of our ATAL FDP on future of AI ML, balancing innovation, ethics, and industry needs. We are honored to have with us our respected principal and FDP coordinator, Dr. Varsha Shah ma'am, and our co-coordinator, Professor Shiburaj sir, our esteemed Dean of Academics, and our HOD, Professor Mohammed Junaid sir, with us. A warm welcome to all the deans, HODs of departments, coordinator, faculty members, participants from across the country, and the organizing committee. We sincerely thank the management of Rizvi College of Engineering and AICT for their continuous support and encouragement in making this FDP a real success. I would like to recap on the program. Over the course of this faculty development program, we have privilege to learn from a distinguished line of expert, Dr. Pranav Lapsiwala in supervised and unsupervised learning, Mr. Pranav Nerurkar, executions of AI/ML problems, Mr. Mitesh Singh Jatt from Bangalore in AI and ML tools, Professor Pallavi Dongre, AI-based predictive analysis, Dr. Pranav Lapsiwala again for AI/ML application and executions, Mr. Nitin Nayak, PCA analysis, Mr. Rupesh Shende, HCL Keras TensorFlow tools for AI/ML artificial neural networks. We have Dr. Bhavesh Pasi, government policies for HVACR. Dr. Bhavesh Pasi was kind enough for a tour of SoftFlame Solutions Pune. We also thank Mr. Vikas Nandavar, Sudarshan Patil, and Mr. Avinash, who gave AI applications in real time in their company and with their videos. Mr. Tejas Desai, execution of real-world applications of AI in healthcare and related. We today had Dr. Y.S. Rao for IoT smart applications using AI, and the students were kind enough to show their patented project. We have Dr. Kiran Trivedi, AI voice recording process and execution with tremendous knowledge that they shared. We also had the privilege to have Dr. Rajkumar Kolhe for yoga and medication. We express a heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers for sharing their knowledge and insight with us. Now, I would request our head of the department, Professor Mohammed Junaid, to deliver a vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. I hope my voice is audible.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, one and all. As we come close to this enriching 6-day ATAL FDP program, it gives me immense pride and joy to deliver vote of thanks on behalf of Department of Computer Engineering and our institute. Over the past 6 days, we have explored diverse and cutting-edge dimensions of AI and ML for the real-time in industry application to hands-on text classification using pre-trained NLP models and soulful session on meditation as well as yoga to rejuvenate our minds. I would like to thank our distinguished speakers, your expertise, time, and passion through which you have delivered this FDP and left a lasting impact to our participant. I would also like to thank our respected principal madam, Dr. Varsha Shah, coordinator of the FDP, for our constant encouragement and support in organizing this FDP. I thank our coordinator, co-coordinator, that is Professor Shivuraj Papu sir, Dean of Academics, for his constant support and guidance, and a special thanks to our entire organizing team, Chief Patron, Dr. Akhtar Rizvi sir, President of Rizvi Education Society, Patron, Honorable Advocate Mrs. Rubina Akhtar Rizvi Madam, Director of Rizvi Education Society, Coordinator, our beloved Principal Dr. Varsha Shah Madam, Co-Coordinator Professor Shiburaj Sir, Dean of Academics, Dr. Aripam Chaudhary Sir, Dean of R&D, Professor Nargis Sheikh, Dean Administration and HOD ECS, Professor Junaid Mandiwala Sir, Dean of Student Welfare and HOD AIDS, Professor Dhanashri Kangne Madam, IQAC Coordinator and Coordinator of ECS, Professor Kashif Sheikh, HOD of Mechanical Engineering, Professor Aman Adkarni, Coordinator of Mechanical Engineering, Professor Silvaraj Sir, HOD Civil Engineering, Suryavanshi Sir, Coordinator of Civil Engineering, Jugal Jagtap Sir, HOD Humanities, Madhavi Shetty Madam, Coordinator Humanities, and all the technical support members who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure everything went smoothly. To all our participants, thank you for your enthusiastic involvement, active engagement, and valuable feedback throughout this journey. Your curiosity and commitment are what made this FDP a grand success. As we conclude today, let us carry forward this knowledge, skills, and inspiration gained here into our future teaching, research, and professional endeavors. Once again, thank you all for being a part of this wonderful learning experience. I hope to see you all again in our upcoming development program and training session. Wishing you all very best for the future pursuits. Thank you and have a great evening. Over to you, Ramya Madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your kind and composed and comprehensive vote of thanks. Now, dear participants, your experience matter to us. So before we move to the next session, we invite a few of you to share your key takeaways or feedbacks about this FDP. Please feel free to unmute yourself and be on camera, and please provide your valuable feedback to us.
Yes, madam. Yeah, good evening to one and all. Myself, Dr. Baban Uttamararinde, as a professor and head at KC College of Engineering and Technology at Thane. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this 6-day, from that is the 8th of September to the 13th of September today, the online faculty development program on the future of AI ML balancing innovation, ethics, and industry needs. This FDP organized by Computer Engineering Department of Rizvi Education Society's Rizvi College of Engineering, Bandra, Mumbai. The FDP has sponsored by All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi, under AICT Training and Learning Academy, that is ATAL. Nicely organized online session every day at the right time, start of the session and end of the session, as per schedule, the program for every day. The FDP provided the valuable insight into the AI and ML's current trends, futures, directions, and ethical consideration. We explored industry application challenges and best practices. The expert speakers share their knowledge and experiences that engage the discussion and question and answer session also. They have covered diverse topics, including ethics and industry needs also. Every day that we have the two speakers that they have delivered their expert talk by the Professor Pranav Lapsewala on first day, then second talk by the Pranav Nerulkar, then Mitesh Singh Jat, then Pallavi Dongre, Pranav Lapsewala, then Nitin Naik, then we have the Mr. Rupesh Shende, then Dr. Bhavesh Pasi. Yes, Dr. Bhavesh Pasi given the two talks on 2 days. The Mr. Nandanwar Patil, then Tejas Desai, and today that Dr. Y.S. Rao sir, and Dr. Kiran Trivedi, that is he has talk on the AI voice recording process execution and related. Then we have the last session, that is the Dr. Rajkumar Kolhe, that is yoga and meditation. And they nicely has given we trained our participants the yoga with how to do the yoga daily basis for your health purpose to implement. There are around 100 of participants all over India that will be they have participated in this FDP, and definitely this in future that more case studies or practical example that will enhance understanding. Then additional session on specific industry application could be beneficial for this. This FDP has been enlightening, and I appreciate the organizers' effort, the knowledge gained by benefit our teaching and research industry collaboration. This actually we have to thanks also the nicely organized this FDP due to the honorable management and coordinator, Dr. Varsha Shah, Principal of DG College of Engineering, co-coordinator Professor Shibburaj Papu, that is the Dean of Academics of DG College of Engineering. Then organizing team, that number of members, that is including that Dr. Anupam Chaudhary, Dean of R&D. Then HOD, that of Computer Department, Mohammad Junaid, and all the deans of various departments and HODs, IQC coordinators, and the Professor Ramaya. She is the co-coordinator of computer engineering for FDP, and Miss Manila Gupta has handled actually that both the ladies has handled very well practiced, and they have given the daily basis the anchoring nicely for introduction to all the experts and given the guidelines also. Last but not the least, thanks to the organizers, speakers, and participants. Those are all over India. They have involved for this FDP. I look forward to applying the insight again and exploring future opportunity. I declare that this is a grand success of this FDP, and credit goes to all team of the organizing team, coordinator, co-coordinators, and the Rijvi Education Society, Rijvi College of Engineering. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your kind words, sir. Your
Thank you.
inputs will truly help us reflect and improve in future. Now I request any other participants who could kindly give your feedback to us. Thank you so much, Dr. Baban.
Yeah.
Now, do we have any other participants who would like to share your kind feedback? Your feedback would be really valuable to us. So do we have anyone in the participants who would want to share your feedback with us? A few words.
Okay, any of our faculty members would like to give the feedback?
Rather, we can request the participants from other institutes if it can be a At least 2 lines feedback that will help us to conduct future FDPs also.
Hello.
Yes, Azim sir.
Yes, sir. Can I say some few words?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I would like to extend my gratitude. I would like to extend my gratitude to all the distinct experts for their insightful session. Actually, we started with Pranab Lapsiwala, then we had Pranam Nirurkar. They gave us the strong foundation for AI ML, supervised and supervised learning. Then we had Mitesh Singh Jad, who highlighted the ethical EC concept, aspects, and future challenges. Then we also had Pallavi Dongre, who provided the valuable insights on predictive analytics. Overall, we had a good sessions and it was very informative FDP, online FDP questions that exam also was nicely conducted. Anchoring was also done very perfectly by both the madams, and the participants count was also good. And I think we have achieved whatever is required to be done for faculty and for the student. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Azim sir. Is there any other faculties who would like to share your kind feedback with us?
Somebody from other city is requested to give the feedback.
We all
If
are
Dr. Rakesh Patel can give. We are open for
Hello.
any suggestions, corrections also.
I am Dr. Rakesh Patel from Bhopal.
Hello, sir.
Thank you, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, I am from civil background and I have joined this FDP just to understand the applications of AI. But in spite of civil background, I have learned so many things in the field of AI and about its applications in other sectors also. All the lectures are very uh, informative. All the sessions are very informative, and exams are also to check our learnings. Thank you for organizing such a wonderful FDP. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajesh, for your kind words, sir.
Thanks.
Dr. Rakesh, you have already been here with us for 6 days and you have provided your kind feedback. We will definitely take it into account, sir.
Okay. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Hello, madam. This is Ankush Utke from MCT's Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Technology. The FDPs which was conducted was highly informative and engaging. All the sessions have provided a clear understanding of AI and ML concept and their practical applications, and as well as the future trends. The interactive discussions and the real world examples were really effective and enjoyable. Today's session by the Dr. Kiran was really the exceptional. So I thank you, Rizvi College, for this FDP, and you have executed it very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good evening, good evening, one and all. First of all, very congratulations to the Trivedi College of Engineering, the coordinators and whole organizing team. I would like to express that for this FDP, 6 days FDP, sponsored by AICTAL, and it has been one of the greatest FDP I ever attended because the concept learned from this FDP based on the AI and ML, the basics, all the speakers were well knowledgeable. They have given it very nicely, and whatever the doubts of the participants were, so they have tackled it very nicely. So congratulations organizing team for selecting such knowledgeable resource person for this FDP. Also, after all this stuff, we need to relieve the mental stress. So for that, at the end, people have organized, as the ACT is saying, yoga session. So that last session was also exceptional one. And Mr. Tejas Desai, the way he expressed his whole experience with participants about if the researcher, the newcomers in this teaching field want to perform some research, how they are going to do it, especially in the healthcare industries and all. So all the knowledgeable person gave the very valuable. I mean, say I would really express thanks to all the RSB colleges. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Professor Ravindra, sir. Thank you so much for your kind feedback. Is there anyone who would like to share your feedback with us? I would like to thank all the participants. Thank you so much for your encouraging words, your kind contributions and interaction throughout the session. Thank you for your patience throughout. Your inputs will truly help us reflect and improve in our future programs. Thank you, all the participants. Now, I would thank Mr. Dr. Anupam Chaudhary, sir. A special thanks for being with us throughout and guiding us in every step. Thank you so much, sir. Now, the moment we were waiting for, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our beloved principal, Dr. Varsha Shah, ma'am. I most humbly request our respected principal and FDP coordinator, Dr. Varsha Shah, ma'am, to kindly offer her reflections and formally declare the closing of this FDP, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everybody. It gives me immense pleasure on this valedictory session of Faculty Development Program organized by Department of Computer Engineering of RSB College of Engineering with the support of AICTE. I extend my sincere thanks to AICTE for providing us this platform. Over the past days, we all have witnessed an enriching journey of learning, reflection, and collaboration. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to our distinguished resource persons and experts who have shared with us their deep insights and practical experiences and research-based perspectives. Their contributions have truly enhanced the academic value of this program. And for this, all contributions. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks to Dr. Anupam Chaudhary, sir, who has played a very, very vital role in contacting these guests, the faculties, the speakers, inviting them and using his personal network to make sure that those speakers are available for this FDP. I also wish to acknowledge the untiring efforts for the entire organizing committee, especially our co-coordinator, Professor Shivaraj sir, both the anchors, Ramya madam and Manila madam, all the supporting staffs who worked behind the scene to make this FDP a grand success. Without your dedication and commitment, this program would not have been possible. This is first ATAL FDP after the NBA accreditation of Computer Engineering branch. I congratulate the head of the department and all the faculty members for arranging this and making it a grand success. To all my fellow faculty participants, your enthusiasm, active engagement, and willingness to learn are what made this FDP truly meaningful. The discussion, the questions, and the exchange of ideas reflected our collective desire to keep growing as educators. Faculty development is not just about upgrading our knowledge or learning new tools. It's about renewing our passion for teaching, learning, and enhancing our ability to guide our students and preparing ourselves for the challenges of our evolving academic and professional world. I am confident that each of you will take forward the knowledge gained here. I want to express my sincere thanks to our Honorable President Dr. Akhtar Hassan Rizvi sir of Rizvi Education Society and Advocate Mrs. Rubina Akhtar Hassan Rizvi Madam, Director of Rizvi Education Society, for their continuous motivation and support for organizing all such activities to ensure that the teaching learning process at Rizvi College of Engineering is always at par with what is expected by the students from the topmost institutes and universities. And with this support and cooperation, as we had already promised, I once again mention the fact that we will be allowing all the participants of this FDP for all the further FDPs of this academic year, be it ATAL FDP or sponsored or non-sponsored, self-financed FDPs. All the participants will be allowed to participate in this FDP free of cost. Even if there are registration charges, they will be waived off for all the participants. And we will be sending you the brochures from time to time to make sure that you get the benefit of this. I thank all of you once again for being a part of this FDP. I'm confident that each of you will take forward the knowledge gained here and apply it in your classrooms and share it with peers to create multiple effects. Wish you all the best. Hope to see you soon again on a different platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much for your kind words and constant support, encouragement, and guidance throughout this FTP. As usual, ma'am, your inspiring words and leadership have been a beacon for us. Thank you so much, and we are deeply grateful, ma'am. Once again, on behalf of Computer Engineering Department, I sincerely thank our respected management, our beloved Principal Dr. Varsha Shah ma'am, our Dean of Academics, Professor Shibu sir, our HOD Professor Mohammed Junaid sir, and all speaker, coordinator, faculty, and participant. Myself, Professor Ramya, with Professor Manila and Professor Shahjahan ma'am, as your co-hosts for making this FDP a meaningful and memorable experience. Your support, enthusiasm, and contributions have been invaluable. Thank you all. Thank you so much. We look forward to many more such enriching programs together with everyone here. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Photo is left. Request everyone to turn on their camera so that we can take a photograph. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you all once again. You all have a good evening. Thank you.